No, you don't. Kind of agrees that.
Hello and welcome to the Dota Pro Circuit. We are here with the Chinese region, brought to you by Perfect World. My name is Roman, and joining me on the panel today, we've got Lizard and we've got Lacoste to break down this singular best of 3 series we've got coming up, and this one should be very convincing. Let's be honest, guys. We're not beating it around the bush. It's probably going to be a bit of a whooping here if Elephant are anywhere close to how they've been the past few months. But so far, they kind of haven't been, have they?
Yeah, we're coming here to the office, and everyone kind of agrees that it should be an easy 2-0 series. Then Black says for LBZS. You know, so like both of these teams are currently 0 and 2. So like Elephant, of course, has and should have the upper hand in this matchup, but you never know what could happen. Like their performance was really not top notch.
Elephant did win one game versus IG.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they won one game out of 4.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Not you know, somewhere they would like to be, because looking at their names, these are the players that are aiming for the top. Yeah. You know, they've been on the top, they want to be there once again. Judging by their performance, how things started in this DPC season, it's not looking good. You know, they're 0 and 2. This shouldn't be as close as the other ones, but we never know. You don't know how they're gonna show up, and you know, I was thinking about it, like their coach, a bit unexperienced. Lizard talked about him the other day. Maybe, you know, it's time to bring ROTK in. No matter the cost, it's probably worth it.
The position 5, right? Like he's also fairly new, right?
He is, Red Panther. He's the kind of the fresh face newbie on the team. But I mean, they're doing perfectly well with that. The one change in this tournament is that coach, right? You know, they wanted to bring in ROTK. The organization said they couldn't afford him, and therefore we don't have ROTK, and instead have someone a little bit fresher. And it does not seem to be working. So some changes do need to be made, whether that be in the team or within the actual players or coach.
If I was a player and we couldn't afford a coach such as ROTK, I would personally be willing to give up a percentage of my pay, you know, to pay ROTK, because he's that good. He really is.
Yeah, I agree. If you can get a coach of that caliber, especially now when you're losing as a top tier team, you have to do something, and the easiest change to do is to change or to get a new coach, right? Like that's how you refresh the synergy, refresh the harmony within the team without removing anyone from the actual roster, because as Elephant, like you don't want to be here. And if this wasn't Chinese region, if this was like EU or CIS, this team would have fallen apart already.
And to get an idea of how things are going for Elephant, of course, we can have a look at the standings and see exactly where these two teams are. And you have to look pretty far to find them, because they are, of course, down at the bottom. Elephant, LBZS, and Magma, the 3 teams in the upper division who are currently 0 and 2 in the series. series score. Not looking too pretty for these guys. Definitely could use a win, especially with the break. I mean, the break's coming up, what, week after next for China for the Chinese New Year? So you don't want to be going into that break having not won a single. I mean, I don't know. There's questions about whether they'd even come back after
break
that.
might turn into breakup.
Ooh. It might be early, but the cost is still on it today.
He was asking me if I wrote down any one-liners before the panel.
Prepared, for the show.
I see why he was definitely doing it.
I don't do that, it just comes to my mind, even though it's still early. I'm surprised my brain is working this good this early, but yeah. LBZS, they as a team kind of struggling, same as Magma, where like everyone knows what they need to do in the laning stage. They know how to play the lanes. Draft looks solid, nothing too like spectacular. They are picking the meta heroes. It's just after the laning stage is done, if you like lost to 3k gold lead, this is where they struggle, coming back into the game, deciding what they need to do, like the rotations around the map. Like I think this is something that all teams in Dota right now who are not top tier teams struggle with, where like players are skilled enough, you have 5 players who are in top 100, top 200, and they know how to play the game. But when it comes to like what everyone needs to do after the laning stage is done, this is where the problem starts.
That logo, dude.
This is also...
The logo is just creepy.
Watch them all standing there with their arms crossed, trying to look all tough, and then just like this little happy little cow-eyed sun comes up, and it's like...
They do look pretty cool, pretty serious on their pictures. I just love the way the media team has done everything around this event. Did you guys see their setup as well on the LAN?
It's like an old English street. Cool. Reminds me of home.
It looks really cool. Back to LBZS and what Lacoste was saying. Specifically, when a patch hits, teams find it a little bit harder to figure out what to do after post-laning stage. Also, is it only because of the items that are picked up, and sometimes an item that you buy, let's say on a playmaker such as Puck, because you copy everyone else, such as Witchblade, right? Like you copy that build and suddenly you don't actually have a playmaker anymore. You have a Puck that wants to come into the fights after someone to hit, to actually deal damage. And there's a couple of these items that are showing up, that are slowing the pace down of some of these teams, and they can get trapped. Also, you can see teams playing much less around the triangle, protecting that area, because some of those cores that are benefiting from the triangle aren't picked anymore. And when you pick some Ricky and you try to protect it, it's like it doesn't make sense because he doesn't benefit from it as fast.
Yesterday I was just thinking about why are some of these heroes so strong. I don't think it's the problem of the heroes. I think Battle Fury, once again, is just a broken item. Like, if we, let's say, nerf the Battle Fury a bit, like, Ursa's not going to be that viable, and neither will Ricky. Troll is kind of a different story, where people decided to go more for a Maelstrom build, which I really like.
I also think is really strong right now.
Yeah, Maelstrom is also good. We have 3 items that are extremely strong. It's Battle Fury, well, let's say extremely. Battle Fury, Maelstrom is alright, and then you have Necros. Like, Necronomicon is the item that makes Lycan work. If you didn't have Necros that are as strong, it would be much harder for him to kill you off so easily. If he doesn't burn your mana in 5 seconds completely, or if he doesn't kill you because of that changed damage.
And that feral global, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, I don't think Necro is broken, it just feels like really strong on Lycan, and
on Beast and Enigma as well. Like, Enigmas are buying Necros every game. It's not an item that you usually want on an Enigma, but
sure. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. Just that push that you have with the Eidolons.
Are you buying Necros? Is that it? Like, he's just protecting it. I see.
You don't want Gaven to come for your Necros, do you, Lacoste?
That's how it works,
All right, let's talk comparisons, and talking about these 2 teams, I think one place we can certainly look to is the mid lane. Of course, Elephant, they've got Somnus, one of the all-time greats of the Chinese region, especially in that mid lane. He's been in several TI finals, and meanwhile on the side of LBZS, a relative newcomer on AX, but these statistics actually seem to be pretty closely matched. I mean, these statistics are taken from this event and from 1 month before the event, so that would include Dota Pit as well, which is an event which I think Elephant won, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did.
So
3-1 against LGD.
Yeah. Overall, Somnus in some games, like we saw one game when they were winning, he had that puck performance which was out of this world on mid lane. Every other game, it just didn't look that great. Like the game afterwards in the same series, he plays puck.
A totally different story.
Totally different
Exactly.
player,
Yeah,
even.
yeah. And I think the most interesting statistic here is obviously the hero damage minute, where Somnus is pretty low, down in one of the lower percentiles compared to averages on mid laners. Meanwhile, X's is pretty more on average, around the 50% mark at 503, which kind of just shows a difference in play style between the two players. Basically, Somnus obviously preferring to maybe go for the heroes which farm a little bit more, or fight a little bit less, or maybe just burst a little bit less.
I'm looking through the heroes that he played, so it's like a Lashrak, Storm Spirit. These heroes tend to fight quite a lot, and I guess this is where the hero damage per minute difference comes from.
Yeah, and there we have the offlaners, once again comparing Yang and Irving, and similar interesting things to point out here, especially lane performance, where they've rated Yang pretty low in comparison. Meanwhile, Irving is once again completely on par for lane performance. So clearly, Yang, I think that makes sense, right? Elephant, tend to focus more on their mid lane and their safe lane really heavily, and Yang is often left, just on a Mars to kind of throw out some God's rebukes, get a couple of range creeps, and be happy about it.
Before we saw the statistics, I said teams like Magma, LBZS, they know how to play the lanes. You can see from the stats that they're doing really well, but it's not all about the lanes. Like one mistake, you need to decide whether you go defend your Roche or not. This is where the difference comes from. Like, what are your movements post 10-minute mark? And this is something they struggle with. I think it's very hard for the new teams to actually, understand what needs to be done. I think that is the most hard thing in Dota for professional teams, and like breaking the high ground when you need to go, like just going for tier 3 towers. This still is, and pretty much always will be the hardest thing.
Remember the shrines?
Oh yeah, 5 shrines in base.
When it was already hard enough to break high ground, and then we have many instant fountains around it. That was crazy times.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was
man,
crazy.
the satisfaction from taking a tier 3 back then was amazing. You and your team like, come on, get the tier 3. All inning for that tier 3, giving up heroes for it. Now, if you die taking a tier 3, you feel like a chump.
Imagine having shrines right now. Like no one would be able to break the high ground.
Never.
How many comebacks did we have in that patch? I don't even remember. Probably a lot.
Yeah,
we had a lot of comebacks, and right now it feels like if someone is pushing high ground, all you need is 1 or 2 heroes to stall, and you can stall enough. Without the glyph, you can stall enough around that 30-minute mark. Obviously, when heroes don't 5 seconds the towers.
But what do you guys think of outposts, though? Do you think those are like something which is good? I mean, I kind of think they're just kind of pointless. They're just kind of chilling there.
That's your 4K strategical
Okay,
point of view, but for real, outposts change the game in quite a few ways. Like it's different story how to take rush with or without the outpost. Like
it's a TP point.
Yeah, and it also means that you have to think about taking the tier 2 before going for rush. So there are many things connected there. Split pushing becomes difficult as well. As an offlaner, pressuring the tier 2 as an offlaner while the outpost is there is different. There's a lot of things that they bring to the game, and I think they're a good thing.
Yeah, plus when we're trying to gank the safe lane early on, and my idiot teammates walk into the vision of the outpost, that's a nice boon for my enemies. So
that's why,
that as well.
All right.
All right, Elephant, do we think they're going to the major?
Like they should be able to, but the question is how. Like they need to give their best. I don't think they can afford to lose a single series against another top tier Chinese team. They already played against the IG, they played against the LGD. So
if they win, if they lose this series, then there's still a chance of them going to the major as spectators.
Yeah, you got me there, Nomad.
But yeah, no, it's definitely going to look hard for them if they can't. Surely they can take this series. I mean, that's why I keep telling myself.
They should be able to take this series, but what Lacoste was saying as well, what most of us are thinking, besides Black, obviously, is if they don't take the series 2-0, that might be even considered failure for them, right? If you drop a game here, that can also be a bad sign. You don't even want to drop a game against LBZS. And when you're looking at the teams that LBZS have played, these are the teams that we consider top 3 already, possibly, right? They played Vici, they played PSG LGD. When you look at Elephant, they played against the teams that are looking much stronger now, don't get me wrong, but at the beginning of the tournament of the league, we were expecting them to be the middle pack, the Aster, the IG.
Yeah, so they still have to play.
They still have to play the big boys.
LGD. They need to play against eHome, Vici Gaming. So a lot of tough matches for them coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And in the one game we did see them winning, they went extremely meta-focused with their draft. Are we expecting that again? I mean, it was literally just like all the strong heroes. They just picked them all.
That was the one game that they actually won against IG, where they had like all the top meta picks. They had the OD position 4, Brewmaster 5, Raid King. I believe they had a puck in that game, the maybe performance you talked about. So yeah, I think what they're doing with their drafts is sometimes confusing. If you remember the game where they had IO carry and the Dead Prophet on the mid lane, we mentioned that already a couple of times in the Southeast Asia region, where like you want to pair up carry IO with someone that benefits from actually, you know, getting all that healing. Dead Prophet is not that hero. Like, still, you get the benefits from the heal, but if you compare Monkey King, let's say, to Dead Prophet, there's a huge difference.
Absolutely, yeah, there's a massive difference. The disparity between the way the two heroes function, and it just seems like that fundamental game plan.
Also the build, right? Like, it looks like they're a top tier team, like the highest peak you can achieve, but they're copying what everyone else is doing when it comes to the builds. Like Wisp, you don't have to always go for that Orchid, and in that game he goes for it, even though it doesn't benefit their team at all. They can't fight with it. Most of the heroes had some form of dispel or save from that. So
throughout the Dota history, like China has always been a bit slow adapting to new stuff. They always had their own thing, but I think as time goes by, they are being a bit more faster. But you have a good point where, you know, you talk about that Orchid. It's very situational, you know, against certain heroes that are maneuverable, like Puck, Void Spirit, Ember Spirits. It's a good thing to have, but I would still prefer like going for a different type of an item build. And one thing that they need to care about, the game against IG that they lost with Rubik, NS Coddle, Ember and Tide, they have no tower damage. Like, you cannot finish this game for 50 plus minutes. Even if you're staying ahead, it's gonna be very hard for you to actually go for the high ground.
That was one game. First they played versus Tide, they lost. And then they instantly pick it the next game. Let's take it. And it has no use whatsoever. It just feeds. So it's weird, but it feels like they don't have the full grasp. Like, they have the full grasp on the meta, what's supposed to be picked, but no real synergy between the heroes when they mash up together.
So then, what meta heroes do you think are being underpicked, or do you think it's like kind of the sleeper heroes of the patch right now, which you get to see, other than Mid Dazzle, of course?
Mid Dazzle, what?
We played a game yesterday with Mid Dazzle. This is something I have not seen ever, and I don't want to see it again. So he was playing Mid Dazzle and gets the shard 20 minutes in, and then decides to keep spamming Grave on himself all the time just to be able to attack.
With what, 60 damage?
I mean, in my defense, there was an axe in the game, so it was a useless spell anyway. But anyway, we have a draft on our hands, so let's get into it. Elephant going to start things off by banning out the OD and the Medusa.
LBZS starting off with... so they switched it up a little bit. Usually they ban out Puck and Nyx in the first stage, multiple series, not only games in a row. This time they leave the Puck and they steal it,
Yoink.
banning out the Kotl.
Yeah, yep. And Elfin goes straight in for the FY Shaker, so we are already in for a treat. But then again, we've been saying this previously as well. We've seen F1 as Rubik, and again, you know, just doesn't seem to be that same magic we've seen from him in previous events. So
I kind of disagree a little bit. I think FY had good performances. I think he was the stable one in the previous series. It's just that the whole 4 around him are a little bit weird.
It's hard to look good when your team is getting stomped.
As a 4.
Exactly. So yeah, Earthshaker Troll. I was not a big fan of Earthshaker when the DPC season started. Now I'm a bit more convinced.
Yeah,
because
same.
everyone just gets like Brown Boots Magic Wand and goes for that Blink Dagger straight away. Like you will collect the money if you don't die around like 13 to 15 minute mark with the Earthshaker, you know, a couple of assists here and there, bounties, so you will get the dagger, and the new shard feels so good.
Yeah,
it's really strong.
I didn't realize until I played it a few days ago that no matter where on the map you use Totem, the fissure stuns, so it's pretty solid. Plus you can walk over it, obviously.
To give you an idea of how valued that stun really is, like we've seen people drop Slam just to use the Aftershock on the fissure in order to like lock down something like a puck, for example, which we have in this game, to just stop them getting away. It makes total sense. Like,
you know what I'm waiting for? There's a
waiting
huge ancient stack, and you're fighting with the shard, so you fissure them, and you use Echo Slam on the ancients to farm and still stun people. Like that would be, you know, 200 IQ play right there.
Or 10 IQ, depending on how the play actually goes.
Yeah, you just die to ancients, nothing happens.
The ancient stack's so big, they kill you straight away. They can't root you anymore. The
We
boys
don't have
are gone.
acolytes, yeah,
The
we don't
boys
have
are
them.
gone.
Thank God.
Alright, second stage bans, we have TA Alchemist Oracle from LBZS. Banning out that Oracle is always good with heroes such as Dead Prophet, such as Troll, because it prevents them from saving these cores until they pop their ultis, or just Dead Prophet heals up, right? So it's a really good ban, and it's been highly contested. Oracle has been one of those heroes that are picked in the first stage in many of our games so far.
Oh, so super annoying. In like, I mean, you have like the level 1, the level 2, and it lulls you into a false sense of security, right? You play against Oracle, you're like, this guy doesn't do anything. You're just kind of cruising, and then level 3 hits, and he like nukes you for like 1 billion damage and one-shots you pretty much. You're like, oh, okay.
From Elephant, the Razor, the TB, the Beastmaster. This Razor...
Razor always banned
always
out
versus
Troll.
Troll,
Never picked.
Always bad, never picked. Feels bad.
I want to see one game. What's so scary? I know he leashes you, he takes your damage, sure, but
In
it's
theory,
still, in theory, but it's still a Razor that you end up with. You know, this hero is...
Alright, I like that. Most of the time, when Puck was picked in the first phase, Dragonite and the TA were banned out, so they don't go for it. I still feel this is a sleeper hero, extremely powerful, scales well, all his talents are good. This is a hero that's, you know, might sound stupid, but he's easy to play. Like, you can't make many mistakes with a hero like a Dragonite.
And what I like about him as well is that he's adaptable, because he doesn't really need items. You know, your skill set is so strong. You can go for Heaven's Halberd if you want to. You can go for the Aghanims and just kind of fly over cliffs. And
this what you just said. He doesn't need many items. Actually fits something different. Fits a support position. And Dragonite obviously here is picked because of the puck, will be mid, but I wouldn't be surprised if we once in this patch see him
Position
as
5 Dragonite?
Yeah. Just go into the lane, 2.5 second stun. Extremely tanky. He's a menace to deal with.
I agree. And we are going to see the Undying coming out from LBZS. Okay. We got a DK, we've got a Shaker. He's got some strength with steel already.
Yeah, they picked the Undying before, I believe, versus Vici Gaming as well. Just a strong position 5. You don't really see who's on the offlane of Elephant.
Alright, so that's one way to, you know, just deal with all these like silences that they have. 1, 2, 3 strength heroes, so Timbersaw feels like a really good pick here.
Yes, it does.
Is this offlane Abaddon, by the way? Or offlane?
Oh, it's 5 Abba, I think.
5, yeah, okay. So Dragonite mid, safe lane Troll, 5 Abba, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Abaddon plus Shaker as your support duo. And then you put
It's okay. You have a Dragonite, so you have like the stun covered.
Yeah.
Low cooldown stun, especially with the Earthshaker, so you don't have to take care of that. Like why I like Dragonite so much is you get everything from the hero. You have good laning stage, you have tower damage, you have lockdown. So like all these things are covered with just one hero.
Might not have that great of a laning stage if they decide to put Puck on the offlane and Timber mid. Yeah, then it can be a little bit hard for him. But Elephant, they still have an opportunity to mix things up.
They can. You can have safe lane Dragonite, you can have off lane Dragonite, put Troll on the mid against the Timbersaw instead. So yeah.
My only problem is you have these two heroes, Undying and Timber. And if you put Dragonite, let's say, on offlane, then you're playing into an Undying, which isn't that easy. And you're going to be paired with a Shaker. The two of you don't really do a lot to an Undying. You can creep, skip, and whatnot. That's always an option, though.
They can possibly run an aggressive tri-lane, put Dragonite on the safe lane. A lot of options still there for Elephant to, work in their own favor. Just set the lanes correctly.
Yeah, not much to really contest this Troll just yet either, is there? You've kind of just let him go under the radar. I suppose you've got the Puck and the Earth Spirit to try and control him and kite him a bit, but still feels like he works quite well in this matchup against Timber. From what we've seen, he's had a very good success rate against Timbersaw.
We've seen a couple of, one game I remember where Ogre and Troll would kill Timber, even on level 3. Like they would just kill him off. But in that game, Timber was completely left alone on an island, and that Timber was shut down early on. My problem is what happens when Timber has a good lane, and when he's that beast around the 10-minute mark that just goes from one tower to the other, tanks it, and you can't take him down. Because these heroes, if they're not ahead, they don't kill him. So far, at least. They need to answer that problem with their last pick.
I'm just looking at the carries left for LBZS in the pool. There aren't many that match up well against the Troll.
Yep, Drow banned out, TB as well banned out. There's a Slark, perhaps, if they really want to try something different. But into Shaker might be a problem, but versus DK versus Troll, it's not that bad.
Yeah, versus Abaddon versus Dragonite feels good. Something he struggles a bit is the whirling axis to deal the damage, not the hero that buys
the ban.
MKB, but still a decent ban from Elephant. So I'm just wondering, like you do not want to pick Juggernaut into this, like it's just a tough matchup against the Troll, I would say, but might be the only option they have left.
Yeah. Who are the meta picks here? You have the Jug and you have the Ursa, right? Is there anything else that we're missing? I don't think so.
Monkey?
Alright. Also could be an option, yeah. You can flex it on the lanes as well. Okay, you have 3 heroes to choose from, none of which is perfect, but if your lanes go well enough, they would round up your draft pretty well. I actually like the Monkey.
I like Monkey as well, a bit more than Juggernaut, because you're playing it with 3 melee heroes, and like the armor will keep you alive. You also have sustain from the Undying, good overall first line of defense with the Timbersaw, a lot of chaos coming out from the Earth Spirit.
Makes it a lot harder to flex this Dragonite as well. You can't just think about putting him offlane anymore if Monkey is picked, and makes your draft very, very flexible. So.
Yeah, seems like the perfect pick to round it off for LBZS, but we'll see what they're thinking, and they go in for the Ursa instead.
Yeah, they just go...
Similar idea.
Yeah, pretty much. Lane Dominator, that's melee as well. Has similar struggles to the ones of Monkey. I think still though Monkey would perhaps do better for your teamfight composition. The combo with the Puck is good, the combo with the Earth Spirit is good, with the Undying, the Sustain. Ursa... Yeah, can be a little bit difficult versus these heroes, especially when Troll pops that ulti.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 ultis just to tank up the Ursa's, like, aggression with as well, with the Abaddon as well. They can kind of just shove their face into the guy. Definitely would have preferred the Monkey King, but, we'll see how this Ursa pick does for them. Maybe they have some ideas, some synergies, which they want to throw out here.
One great thing from LBZS that I'm seeing, they're throwing problems at Elephant. They're just throwing problems at them. The Undying, the Timber, the Ursa.
Yeah. I would love some range hero. It's very hard to play into Ursa with the melee ones.
Maybe, or
Dead Prophet or Nature's Prophet.
Venno maybe. No.
Okay.
Morph?
So, What is that? Is that
is this the Shaker Morphling comeback?
It's an offlane troll. Like this is why I was thinking about getting a range hero, but they're swapping things around. So Morphling can turn into what? Timbersaw and or Ursa with the overpower.
Into Earth Spirits, right? Like all the stones and whatnot that get to the double tombstone is nice as well. Double one tombstone for you is nice as well.
Is a good Morphling game. I agree with that. However, with their draft, I can't see it working. I think Elephant have fallen for this Galaxy Brain trap again, where they're like, oh, we're the best team in the world. We can play anything. Let's just go crazy. And I'm not sure I can get behind it, guys.
Yeah, I mean the captaining slot. I'm not sure if he's really calling all the shots, but Red Panda, I disagree with most of his drafts so far. This draft doesn't look that great too. If I was looking only at the drafts, I would definitely go for LBZS. But I feel like Elephant, they're a better team that can make this work somehow. They should at least.
Yeah. I think this can work. They're just thinking outside of the box a bit, putting a range hero troll on the lane against Ursa. So this is something that he should struggle against. I'm going with the Elephant this time.
He is a strong laner, isn't he? I'm gonna go LBZS, guys. I really am. I'm sorry, Elephant. I believe in you guys, but unfortunately not with this draft. And my little sunny dudes, I think they're gonna take a game here. I think they're gonna take this to game number 1. So let's see how that goes down. Of course, we're gonna have to bring in some casters to break this one down. Our casters today are gonna be Bcop and Black.
That looked like us.
Yeah, it was us.
Yeah.
Guys, thoughts about this draft very quickly before we get into the game.
You want to go first or me?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay,
Go for it.
so I think the troll is actually a pretty good answer in lane to the Ursa. Makes a lot of sense to put him off lane against one of... He's a hard counter, and the Morphling is going to have a pretty free game. There's only the Puck that's really annoying to him. But LBZS definitely has a chance, but Elephant is Elephant, so you got to give it to them.
I think we've said that a lot of times about Elephant already. I know they've only played 2 series, but it feels like every time we talk about Elephant, it's like, well, this is the super team they should win, and that's come to bite anybody who's chosen Elephant on the panel and between us a couple times.
Go Elephant anyway?
I want to. I'm thinking of LBZS. I think their beginnings have been good. Like their early games, their laning has been solid, but I'm usually there with Nomad with the LBZS pick.
I mean, it's rough, honestly. Like LBZS, Puck is the biggest counter to Morph Shaker in the game. You get this Aghanim's, this Morphling just has no mobility, obviously. But I am not too sure they can pull it off, because the players are still, some of the best in the world. So it's a big task.
Yeah, I think Elephant just kind of need like a game to feel themselves and kind of get the mentality back. I don't know if
I thought it was game 1 though. Like they did really well in the first game when Somnus was feeling himself, and then with the Puck and stuff. Then game 2 and 3 just went downhill from there.
I don't know. Is it maybe different because they're on a land setting? Like the mentality.
But if anything, it should strengthen them, right?
Should it? Yeah,
because they're like so seasoned, multiple major winners.
Yeah. That's true. I would say the only one who's not really as seasoned is Red Panda, but for the most part,
who is the drafter? So maybe he might be the.
Well, he's clicked in as the drafter. They still have their coach, right? So is the coach drafting, or is Red Panda drafting?
Good question.
That's what I want to know.
How do we find out?
I don't know. I'll ask somebody who's there and see if I can get that answer. Because I think that's really important, right? Because does it matter who clicks it if it ends up being the coach?
No. I mean, that's what happens a lot of times, like the... I mean, there is still responsibility for pressing the button, because you're still the captain. You have like the last say, quote unquote.
Well, didn't QQQ used to sit for LGD and
he was sitting
the
down,
drafting? Yeah.
He did everything for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And most of the time they outdrafted their opponents. That's how they cruise into the finals of a lot of lands. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be the same way here. But as I said, this Ursa is going to struggle against Troll.
Ooh, already Irving getting really low. 2 more shots needed, but they just don't have the damage to take out that Timber song.
Wasted his healing self though to survive the last right click. So now he's going to be low HP for quite a while, which is pretty problematic for them.
So, we're looking to figure out, like, if Elephant are going to be there, if Elephant are going to put everything together. And LBZS, they've had good laning stages. Like, that could fluster Elephant enough. Like, based on the way we've seen them play, a good laning stage from LBZS could fluster Elephant to the point where I think LBZS take this game.
That is true, but I actually really like their lanes. DK beats Puck. I think Troll, Shaker do quite well against his Ursa lane as well. At least the 5-5, maybe they will even win. And the Morphling is pretty good against Timber as well. So I'm very positive that they're gonna win 2 or maybe even 3 lanes on the Radiant side. And yeah, from there on out, it's pretty easy to play Dota, you know? Especially if you're Team Elephant, who has a lot of individual skills to struggle in those team fights. I think they will need, but they're like a good lane basically.
Yeah, they should be able to get first blood as KatU gets low. He's silenced up. Red Panda gets first blood. And Irving can't get a trade. It was 2v1 there. And yet Red Panda survives it all and gets himself the kill onto KatU.
A bad one of the best supports against Timbersaw, because you can shield off the Whirling Death debuff, which happened there, which gave him back like 20-30% of his health. And KatU caught up out of position, got silenced up by the 4 hits, and it was a pretty weird play, honestly. Like, they just fed to support Abaddon.
Yeah.
Not something you would see.
And they didn't even kill him in return.
Yeah. Well, you can just see this DK, 20 health region, you know, without a Tango, 13. Double Bracer. This Puck just can't beat DK in lane. It's just impossible. He has too much HP region, too much sustain.
I'm such a fan of this because I think there was a long point in the Chinese region where it was just like, everybody would question, what are they going to pick mid? And then they always pick DK.
Yeah.
And like, DK was always the answer.
It's the most stable mid here, or one of the most stable.
Yeah, Fissure onto Zhao Fu. Not enough damage, though, from Yang. Yeah, I mean, I love DK. Overall, we just used to see it all the time.
Careful here. Ooh, close.
Gets the distance, has the rune secured, thanks to KatU standing there. Red Panda coming over, though. Wants to put some aggression on X.
They have a Fissure available, too.
Yeah, this could be really bad if they land it. Oh, get him!
Oh, he
and
missed
the
the
illusory
pre-fire.
orb.
No, he missed the pre-fire. That was a sure kill. He did not click on the hero. Somnus.
Those are the little things, though, we've been seeing Elephant miss. That it just seems so uncharacteristic.
That doesn't seem like, doesn't scream superstar to you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they still have some chemistry issues. But yeah, I mean, at least the idea is there, you know? Like, the players are really good. They know what they need to do. It's just the execution fails a little bit here and there.
Yeah, for sure. And the game's still sitting 1-0 as they miss that kill on the Puck, but they're going to roll in, try to get a kill on the Yang. Not much FY can do in this situation. Yang gets into the trees for a second. MS going to cut off his path, take out the Troll, and they've got themselves finally one on the board for LBZS.
What happened there with the Ursa? He jumped the other way. Must have misclicked or something? But
potentially.
Interesting.
Give the benefit of the doubt. They're still going for FY. This is a deep dive in, and they're going to bring X over. They've got a lot of heroes coming towards this lane as the Dragon Tail is used on the Undying. Somnus also makes a rotation. They'll land the Fissure. Not sure it's going to get them the kill, though. It's just Somnus rotating to save FY. And at the end of the day, both mids, they head up towards top.
Both rotations are very awkward. Like, Puck is level 5 rotating. DK rotating without boots. He just got him on a courier. And no mana. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. But he still has the Dragon Form up for quite a bit, so he can pressure the tower a little bit. Maybe take off like a quarter of the health. Next rune spawning. Who's gonna get lucky? The Puck again.
Yeah, so 2 for 2.
RNG. We love it. That's what we love about Dota.
A little RNG over mid.
Yep.
Can make or break your lane.
But you see, missed
Good move
roll.
by FY, just to avoid that roll.
He didn't even see him, I think. Oh no, he has a ward. He saw him.
Going straight Arcane Boots for that Earthshaker as well.
Interesting, because most of the time you just see them go Brown Boots Blink, which I like a lot, simply because you always get the Blink up in a reasonable time, you know? But when you go for those Arcane Boots, 900 gold is a big investment.
Yeah, it really is. Especially when the game's quite slow at the moment. They've got the Dream Coil onto the DK. They've got 3 heroes here. Red Panda trying to come in to save this DK. Will with the Fissure coming in from FY2. X pops the haste. The Mist Coil just not enough. Surviving with 18 health.
Yeah, misplay by the... They missed their combo. They wanted to kick him out of the coil, which would have been enough for the damage to snap. but they just barely didn't do it. It was super close. But yeah, DK, a very survivable hero. If you mess up just a little thing, can turn around real quickly on you. DK absolutely crushing that mid lane, 27 CS to 45. You can see that in the network as well, 600 the head. 600 the head for the Morphling as well against the Timber, rolls top.
Boulder smash, but MS already gave up on that kill, so he's not going in on the troll.
Yeah, it's a tough kill with the whirling axis. DK is pressuring mid now.
Royal Jelly picked up for Elephant.
No
They've got
ARP.
the Fissure. Can they get the kill onto X? They're going to TP in the Timber to try and prevent this, but the TP just takes forever. Even with the Tombstone down, it doesn't look like they'll get anything from this. But maybe I've spoken too soon. Red Panda, he's hit by that Chakram Whirling Death. They're focusing their attention onto the Undying. And the Fissure, that's going to save Red Panda. They'll still go after Zhao Fu. But the Soul Rape is enough to keep him alive from the aggression of Elephant.
Yeah, good combination. The puck that he orbed, and he got fissured, Dragon Tail, ran out of orb distance, orb disappeared, and he had nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Good kill. And that's what we're expecting from them, you know, that was really smooth, good plays.
Yeah.
I feel like once this team actually gets going, like as a team, you know, and the chemistry gets there again, it's a really scary team. It's just lately we haven't seen that. You know,
And that happens, it's happening at a point where it seems like it can't happen. And that becomes a big issue. Yang getting pushed here with the Boulder Smash coming in, a Finatic shield, and Red Panda now on the run. MS trying to finish him off, but he's slowed up under the tower, taking some shots. And Yang starting to go the other way. He's got the Aphotic shield on him, so feeling pretty secure and safe, but not getting the kill again. And it's just pressure, and no results just yet.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Dire to be in. Because as I said, the puck is the hard counter to the combo they have on Radiant, which is the Morphling Shaker. If he's having a rough game, it doesn't matter how farmed the Ursa is or the Timber. You know, if you can't keep him in place for the Ursa to hit him, you're gonna be in trouble. He's gonna need that axe, he's gonna need that blink relatively quickly because Morphling is free farming and he's gonna get his items up and a very good timing.
Yeah, yours really hasn't been touched.
Yep. It's a tough lane for Timber, you know. Usually you want to pressure, but Morph doesn't care. He just creates health out of nowhere.
All the while, Somnus, Yang, and Red Panda are up towards top. Dream Coil onto 2, as well as the Geomagnetic Grip. They'll get the kill on the Yang. They'll take him out very quickly. Now look over the DK. They brought all 5 heroes up top to stop this push. Both Yang and Somnus drop, make it another with Red Panda. 3-0, and they stop this tier 1 from going down. This is a massive rotation from LBZS. Is that, I mean, obviously they get 3 kills, so that's worth it in itself, but you know, now Eurus is definitely still free farming. Is he making up what makes that rotation from LBZ worth it?
I mean, getting 3 kills like that and defending against the Dragon Form is really good because that means he doesn't have the Dragon Form available for like another minute now, which means there's no pressure on the map for a Radiant team right now. So the rotation was really, really good, but of course, as you said, Morphling was still free farming. Shaker was farming mid lane, so it's not terrible for Elephant, but it's definitely not what they were looking for. Now you can see, you know, it's minute 10 already. He has 200 gold on the Shaker only because he went for those Arcane boots. If he didn't, he would have had like close to 1.1k, you know, which is like half of the Blink Dagger. He will need a lane now, and he will need to stay there for at least 2 or 3 minutes.
Getting closer to like it would have been closer to like a 13-14 minute Blink Dagger if he didn't go for those Arcanes.
Yeah, with those Arcanes, it's looking more like he's getting like 16, 17.
Does this come back to the itemization choices that we've kind of talked about from Elephant? Some of the maybe questionable itemization from them?
It could very well be. I'm not sure why. I mean, of course, Arcane boots are great on Shaker, don't get me wrong. It's just usually you can't afford to buy them simply because 900 gold is a big investment, you know.
Fairy's Trinket for the side of the Radiant is again they're going to put some pressure up in that top lane with Yang, who is an off-lane troll. I think this is the first time we've seen off-lane troll between the 2 divisions.
Yeah, but he's doing very well for himself. Probably going to itemize either into Eternal Shroud or the Pipe at some point. Going for the Agon Scepter here. Not a big fan. There's not much to dispel in this game, to be honest. Only the Earth Shock, as well as the, what's it called, Whirling Death. That's pretty much everything. And they have 2 silences, so not a big fan of that item on Troll this game. Much rather see him go you know, for those pipe, much more like a utility role, maybe even BKB, you know, just so you can frontline for your team. But yeah, we'll see how that.
We'll see if he finishes it. Dream Coil again up top. He'll snap it immediately, trying to run. He's got the Finatic shield, but the silence is on. The Mist Coil's not going to be enough. And they'll get another kill onto Yang. Jiaofu claiming his life. And LBZS still looking good. This is where we said the best part of their game was. That early game and that mid game. Like that, those beginning parts is where we've seen the best LBZS.
Yep, but Morphling, very close to his Manta, only needs another 1000. Looking at like a minute 15 Manta style.
Yeah.
And the only scary thing this game are those silences. As soon as you have Manta, you don't care about that anymore. So as soon as he gets Manta, I would say, I don't know, maybe a 10% chance for him to die at all until they get more stunts up. On the Shaker here, nice push away, the Morphling Adapter Strike. But yeah, this Morphling is massive.
Yeah, 6,600 net worth, sitting very much ahead of anybody on the Dire side. He's had a free game. They put the pressure onto the Troll, which would be all well and good if he was a 1-position Troll, but he's a 3, and you've left the Morphling to just kind of have a great game. And DK, he's died a couple times, but he's fine. He's topping everybody in the Dire.
Yep, DK is Ursa and Brown Boots Battle Fury, the new classic. DK itemized into Blink Dagger.
There's the roll as well as the kick.
Yep.
Earthshaker in trouble. He with that silence. They've got the Illusory Orb and the Waning Rift. X will get that kill on FY, who is still searching for that Blink Dagger. 13 minutes in, he did have 1,000 gold saved up, but dies there. Would really like that Blink Dagger, but right now, you know, maybe he doesn't need it as quickly. You've got a Blink Dagger on the DK, he can initiate for you. Maybe you walk in, get a good echo. We've seen a bunch of those where the Blink Dagger comes a little bit later, and those first couple echoes are placed down with just, walking in. They find Red Panda again, they'll pop the Borrowed Time, he'll go for the TP out. But the Dream Coil gets committed. You've got 4 heroes here again from LBZS, as they are a gank gang right now.
Yeah, I know the kills they're getting are not bad, but they're not getting much out of the map. You see the gold advantage is not really dwindling for the Radiant side, simply because they're much more efficient around the map.
Ooh, Echo Slam laid down onto Irving. This is a tough kill to get. Got themselves the Dragon Tail with a Timber Chain across, and now the Totem. Irving finally going down. Eurus getting that kill. It was close, but Yang at the same time, he's taken out by Cat U as well as MS.
Yep, so just trading the off lanes. They're going in and then a Blink.
Yeah, Blink Dragon Tail. They find Jiaofu. They're trying to get this kill onto the Undying and will finish him off. Nobody rotating for LBZS to come in and help.
Yeah, that's another tower. Good rotation. Morphling is one of the best heroes against Timber, simply because you can morph into him, you can Whirling Death him, and that makes him significantly less tanky, because obviously you lose some of your max strength. With every Whirling Death, you stack up 2 or 3 of those, you lose half your health, and even the Timber Saw with half his health is not tanky anymore. So much spell damage coming out.
So Armlet next for the DK, Armlet BKB.
Interesting, yeah. Armlet is usually either seen as a first item or not at all. You go like Armlet into Blink, but not Blink into Armlet.
Fissure?
Close. If that connects, then he's dead.
And he's at 1,700 gold. So this Blink Dagger, it's getting there for FY.
Yep.
But like we said, it feels a little bit slow. He would have had it if he just went Brown Boots into the Blink.
But, you know,
not sure if that makes a big change in this game at the moment, though.
No, they're still having a DK who can initiate for them, so it's not all bad. And of course, that Blink Dagger timing will still be relatively decent, you know, 17, 18 minutes. It's not terrible. Or they might be able to pick him off here again.
FY getting chased. Whirling Death, the silence again from the Geomagnetic Grip. Nothing FY can do. He's all by himself in no man's land. And dead once again. Manta picked up for the Morphling. I believe he's got that Ghost Scepter coming out, and he's close to that E-Blade already. And I know it's a long time to the Eagle song, but already has the Ghost Scepter, already has the Manta style. Like, this is looking pretty good for him. Still leading that net worth, but Ursa is making his way back as he's now surpassed the DK.
Yeah, interesting that he's going for E-Blade rather than Aggro Scepter. Yeah, usually we see the Axe into BKB, and then maybe E-Blade a bit later. But this game he's choosing to go for the E-Blade route, probably because Shaker is pretty low level. He doesn't really have those levels in the Totem or the Fissure yet. And yeah, you definitely need like level 12, 13 to make really good use of the shaker. Still farming his blink. Needs over 600 gold again. The def significantly slowing him down once more.
Yeah, it's becoming an issue where Earthshaker is not really making much progress to this blink dagger at the moment. He really needs to find some space and time to farm where he doesn't die. And back to your point about the ags for the Morphling, it just seems like
Hello and welcome to the Dota Pro Circuit. We are here with the China region, brought to you by Perfect World, and we're about to get into week number 2. It's kicking off with some amazing series across the day, but of course we have already had a week of gameplay under our belts with a few upsets and some very, very awesome series and some very incredible games as well. We want to show you guys a little bit of that, so here's the recap for week number 1.
Snowball coming through, as well as the arena down, but they already killed off DY, so they're not going to have the false promise. They get the kill on X, they'll take out the Storm Spirit immediately. Zhao Fu, he's trying to help out as best he can, but they lose Cat U. PYW ends up dying and buying back immediately. They go after Erica, and the damage from Zhao Fu. They find themselves Erica for a split second. Spirit Siphons, this is going to be enough. He's got the use the Echo Slam from PYW, comes in again! There's the lasso. On to MS, the damage is there, the kill comes forth, and they're gonna look for Cat U. Flame Break and the shards kind of lead to a weird bounce for the Tusk, but dead nonetheless. Well, as the hosts on, they've got the false promise to keep alive the Mars. Breathe Fire hits all 3 heroes. Fortune's End locks up the Tusk as well as the Nyx. Really well done. Dust coming from behind them, looking to throw the Sonic Wave onto Xnova, but never gets it off onto the Oracle. Instead, Shylock, he is dead with no buyback. And they will call GG. eHome will take game 1. They're trying to get the kill onto the Mars. They'll find themselves at least one. The arena's down. Xnova's falling. They've got Ajik kind of away from the rest of his team, but I'm not certain they can get the kill out of this Morphling. They'll wave for him away. Another team wipe for eHome. Looking like they're sealing the deal here, and there's the GG. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, that's going to root up the Lestrak, use that Essence Ring, the Bro Strike hits out of the Mars, and now they're going to follow this up with the roll coming out from Cat U. Snowball in, nothing to say. In the Roche Pit, they snatch the Aegis, they take it away from the hands of LBZS. They've got the arena down, they get the kill on the Faith Beyond as well as Jin Q. They've lost 2 heroes on the side of LGD. False Promise keeping the Sand King alive. They take out X, look towards Irving, now they'll find MS. The Blade Fury is over, the Lincolns gets popped, but the Burrow Strike is there as he's morphed into the Sand King. Manta trying to get away, but the Searing Chains are there. Dives in deep. They've got the spear, but it lands onto an illusion. Omni Slash bouncing around, trying to get the kill on a Faith Beyond. He gets low. The stun hits. Irving takes out Faith Beyond. At least gets one with the epicenter right on top of LGD. Zhao Fu and Irving fall. So does Jin Q. Blade Fury once again from MS. They've got the Wukong's command as well as the Icarus coming up from the Phoenix. They'll look over Zhao Fu. They'll try to chase onto the Elder Titan as they look and focus on MS as well. Sunray to try and keep him alive as well as the Supernova. He'll use that Battle Trance. This is looking good for the Supernova to end up popping, but it's just not in time. Blink as well as the arena with the BKB pop by Eurus. Now they go after J2, who's gone forward. Now finally gets the BKB off of his own. Supernova committed. They've got the Wukong's command down by Fly. Eurus getting low. He might drop the Guardian Greaves. It's not enough to save his first life. They're losing these tier 3s. They're losing the base, and the hold is just getting very difficult for them. The Anchor smash, but the Reincarnation is back up. So it's not going to be the final life for this Wraith King. They end up losing Red Panda. The Kato's gone after the fight. He buys back immediately. There's the Abyssal Blade used onto Eurus as they continue to chase Yang. He gets some distance. They've got the break onto Bristleback, but the Lotus Orb has been so helpful. Double kill now coming through for the Wraith King as they will call GG IG with a huge upset over Elephant, who have been known as the super team. Whoa, White Album, he goes in far. There's the tricks of the trade. Goes in deep, gets the kill on a White Album. Now they're looking over at Ame. They've got the Abyss Wave to get the kill on Ame. He drops the Divine Rapier. It's on the deck, and things just like that turn on its head. Grouping together, TP over, Echo Slam, Ice Blast, all in with the Fissure. Everybody's gone on Aster.
Mega Creeps,
X is ready. Strike. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Now they're going to wait for it forward. They've got the damage coming in on Atom. He's
is almost dead. Yule's into the air. They will go over to Jingyu. They get the kill to phase beyond as well as Jingyu. They take all Adam. It's going to be a 2-for-1. They bomb back on the Nyx Assassin. They've also taken on Ame. That's the Divine Rapier on the deck. They've got themselves the Lincoln's pop. They'll go for the kill on both this Pangolier as well as the Morphling, but they're A-OK for now. The damage coming out from Borax is felt.
That's no buyback on him. That's game.
The Ancient is dead, and Aster are victorious. Aster finally finish it off 88 minutes in.
Hot diggity, that was some good Dota 2 coming out last week, and we are ready for another week of awesome Dota 2. And by we, of course, I'm referring to my lovely panel mates. We, of course, have a man who is known for being rank 1 in the leaderboards for a while, and that'll always be rank 1 in our hearts. It is, of course, Lizard, the man, the myth, the legend. And Black is here as well. So, let's get into today's games. First, have a look at the standings and how things are looking after last week. Because, of course, we had a few games and some upsets as well. Certainly on that last day. I mean, what a pair of amazing games we had on that Super Sunday. With Vici Aster and that Rapier Madness. And then IG beating Elephant. I mean, Lizard, when you look at these standings, what are the things which catch your eye?
First, I want to reintroduce myself as a rank 1 that has never been successful in Dota, and we have Black who has actually been successful. But yeah, in any case, yeah, the first week was insane. We've seen some upsets, we've seen Elephant lose, we've seen LBZS get thrown out pretty much by eHome, right? And the games were fun. We've seen one crazy long 90-minute game 2 versus it was the Ricky Maru versus the Monkey King, in which we were struggling to decide which one of these can hold more rapiers, I suppose.
Yeah, it's I think there's a Morphling. There was a lot going on in that game. Like, our brains kind of melted halfway through, and we were just enjoying the ride. Black, I'm sorry. You did say something rude to me in the green room. I don't even remember what it was at this point, but I made a note to be mean to you. But I'm petty like that. I'm sorry, Black.
It's okay. You know, I don't hold grudges ever.
He's bigger than that.
Yeah. I would say I'm a nice vanilla pudding. You know, I'm very wobbly, very fluffy.
You're vanilla?
Yeah.
You're anything but vanilla.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a pudding then.
You're definitely a pudding, but
yes.
I
okay, what kind of pudding would I be?
If there was a gorgonzola pudding, like blue cheese.
Calling him disgusting? That's not very
no,
nice. For me,
I love blue cheese. It's my favorite cheese. But it's an acquired taste. That's
true. Okay. I think that's reasonable. Well dug out of that metaphor. Of course, we have plenty of more games coming up this week, not least today, where we've got two very exciting series on our hands. We have, of course, got Vici Gaming versus Team Magma, and then we've got Elephant versus Team Aster. Guys, which out of these two series do you think is going to be the closer one?
It's obvious. The second one, right? We have Aster versus Elephant. That should, but let's be completely frank here. This panel has been wrong a couple of times in the last week when it comes to calling out which series is gonna go 3 games.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
And to be fair, I've been watching all those recap videos and preview videos, and they've been wrong as well. I think just about everybody was expecting Elephant to come out looking dominant as they have been for so long, but kind of maybe forgetting that sometimes they do drop games in the group stage, and sometimes they drop games in the early stage of the playoffs. It's only when it really comes down to it, when the flames are put to them, do we see this team really perform. So, hey, who knows? Maybe that first game was what they needed to kick them into gear and realize that they can't get away with it in this structure of event. So, really hoping we see Elephant turn up versus Team Aster. I'm sure they will, and Aster obviously going to be feeling very good, having not lost a series yet, and having had that massive, massive win versus the side of... Who was they playing against? Vici versus Aster. That was it. Was it Vici versus Aster?
No, IG.
IG versus Aster?
No. IG versus...
Aster played versus...
It was Vici. Was
it Vici?
We just saw the recap video, guys. This isn't a good start.
Aster.
Alright, you know what?
PSG.
It's a Tuesday morning.
That was PSG LGD.
LGD.
Yeah,
that was it.
Come on.
Blimey. Come on, guys. Alrighty. So, yeah, anyways, back to the original point. Let's have a look at our first game of the day, and that one is, of course, going to be Vici Gaming versus Team Magma. Now, unfortunately, Team Magma, they didn't look so hot in their first series, did they, Black?
Yeah, I mean, expecting a quick 2-0 here.
Yep.
I mean, unfortunately, you know, Magma, LBZS, they're really good, but the Giants are on a different level, you know. And if you wanna have any chance at all of making the top 4, you know, Magma and LBZS, they, you know, shouldn't be allowed to stand in your way, like at all.
Yep. Magma, they in the first series that we watched when they lost to eHome, there were many questionable plays there, and we like to sugarcoat it on panel. We don't like breaking hearts, making people feel bad, right? But there's a lot to improve in Magma's playstyle. Their drafts are solid. That's what is kind of cool for them and good, right? Like their drafts, all of the drafts that I've seen from them, they make sense. You have your solid playmaker, you have your solid meta carry. Like if they pick Lycan or Wraith King or whatever, it's all cool and dandy, but then misplays happen all over the place, and that's just not acceptable versus teams like Elephant.
No, they're not going to get away with it, are they? And they need to really make sure they tighten up and not make any mistakes. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming, you know, they did have a pretty easy start to this one. They played up versus LBZS last week. It was a very convincing series. We didn't really expect them to drop that one, and they didn't. Do you think this is their first real test?
No.
As I said, it should be kind of a walk in the park for them.
They got the best first 2 series.
Yeah, they're gonna feel real good after this one. Like, we're 2-0.
Is that what you want though? Do you want to come up against the 2 easiest teams to start your tournament with?
The best, in my opinion, is if you start with one and end with one.
Okay, the sandwich. You want the easy teams to be your bread.
At first, you know, you're like in good spirits because you won that game, you probably dominated it, and then you want to have these really tough teams, and then you already know, okay, we need 6 wins to qualify. Now we have 5. Now we play Magma last.
And you know that you play that one weak team last, which makes everything a little bit easier, because you know when you have too many problems that you need to solve or too much work that you need to be, and it just paralyzes you. You just can't do anything. You just lay there in bed and I'll do it tomorrow, right? But when you know that there's one easy task ahead of you, it makes everything a little bit nicer and easier to do, I guess. For me, at least.
Very, very psychological there, Lizard. Yeah, really breaking it down.
We need slacks. We are missing slacks on the panel, so I'm just kind of going a little bit in that way. He's a
psychology major, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow. Very intelligent man behind the memes. It's all a show. Yep. Alrighty, guys, we have ourselves a draft for the first series of the day. So let's get into Team Magma versus Vici Gaming here at the Chinese region. Brought to you by, of course, Perfect World.
Yeah.
And are we starting off with anything surprising?
Actually, I expected Vici Gaming to ban out something different, not Wisp and Puck, because so far in most of the series recently that I watched from them, they ban out the OD and the Tuza, but OD is banned out by Team Magma, so maybe that messed them up. When it comes to this Oracle ban, Vici Gaming did first phase it in the last series, and they played it very well, because it opened up some of their drafts. They roll it with the Troll or with the Death Prophet, which allows either one of these 2 heroes to really shine. Oracle allows Troll to always use his ulti. That Prophet likes to be a little bit edgy, a little bit out there, a little bit too deep, and Oracle is really nice to have to provide that save.
So get
Brewmaster, eh?
Yeah, Vici going for the brew. Black, thoughts?
Pause 5, brew.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it before in action. I think it was Elephant that picked it first.
They won with it. One game that they did win.
Yeah, and like you just paired up with a strong carry, like a Troll, and Brewmaster is one of the best pause 5s now, simply because the second spell is actually one of the strongest spells over one. It slows, deals like 100 damage, and if you're double slowed, you know, you're just gonna get right-clicked a lot, and it's gonna be tough for this Mars already, I think.
And he's
not an easy lane.
He's tanky enough, right? Like this Brew is your Elder Titan style, Tusk style hero on the lane. It's very difficult to just fight against him if he brings enough regen. Also, please bring enough regen to the lane.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Preach.
Please. And once, don't come to the lane with boots, tangos, sure, but buy more regen. Why is it a fad even in 7K? I see boots, tangos into Urn without mangoes, without tangos, without a salve. Please.
To add to that, everyone has their own career as well. It's not even like it's difficult to bring yourself regen. I love it when you're laning. Well, I don't love it. I hate it when you're laning and then you're like, where's my support? Or where's my core? Why are they sitting under the tower? You look at them, they've got no mana and health, and then you look at their items, they don't have any, and you look at their courier and it's sitting in their base, and they're sitting on 500 gold. You're like, what's going on here, buddy? Come on.
He's waiting, you know, like you can just sit in the fountain as well. It's the same thing. Anyway,
You got me angry now, Lizard.
Troll from Vici Gaming, like Lacoste said, obviously a very potent pair on the safe lane. Color schematics are really great too, but Brew can also be offlane. Remember that. This Brew does not necessarily have to be position 5. I think it's a very flexible pick, and that's why it's first stage picked. On the other hand, we have Earth Spirit and Mars. Not really the greatest combo in the lane, I would say, and already very obvious what they want to do. Position 4 Earth Spirit, position 3 Mars. Mars is a little flexible, but not necessarily that much. And Team Magma are giving away a lot with their first 2 picks.
Yeah, and the lane does nothing.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not really.
Maybe they will flex it around like a mid Earth Spirit. Maybe they can do that. I don't know whether they play that or not. It's a possibility, or maybe a mid Mars. But how it looks like right now, they've definitely lost the opening.
Yeah, for me as well. I feel that way too, especially when you realize that on this Troll is also a flex pick. He's played mid quite a bit right now, and Earth Spirit or Mars, I don't think they would fare that well versus a Troll.
I think I'm okay with the Earth Spirit pick. I do agree that Mars, I want to see it paired up with something a little stronger. But I definitely like the Earth Spirit pick for Team Magma. I feel this is a hero which they know how to play around and they can utilize really well.
It's been banned versus them, I believe, in their first series. Their position 4 is all about these brawler type, go in, make stuff done heroes like Earth Spirit, Tusk and whatnot. If Earth Spirit is banned, they go for Tusk, so it's just full comfort zone for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, they love it. I mean, this is their bread and butter, for sure. So for other teams, as I said, it would look... I mean, I still don't like going the Mars with it, though. I agree with you guys on that point, so... I think Mars, I like to see a nice Rubik Mars, you know, that seems nice and safe, nice and simple, usually
very
works.
Strong lane.
Yeah.
So Tempererd and ET banned out by Vici Gaming. This Tempererd, they have played on Team Magma, that is, they have played it in the first series. They've lost, obviously, they lost all their games, so... but Vici Gaming just doing their homework and getting rid of these cores that are decent. A long time ago was considered the weaker of the two, like Tempererd versus Troll, but right now it's a little bit different, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Skadi got buffed, lots of item buffs, Reflection got buffed as well. There's just a lot of more kiting items to help against the Troll. But yeah, like, I'm never a big fan of Mars if he's kind of just
Mars.
Left on an island, you know? Like, when we see Mars dominate, it's always that he free farms in lane, gets a fast blink or fast BKB, can run in, get a really good arena, you know? If you're really poor as a Mars, you don't do anything. Like, you don't even have mana for your combo.
At least they have some decent amount of magic damage right now that can be dealt in that arena. You have the Lash, you have the Earth Spirit. Their teamfight in the mid game already looks pretty solid for Team Magma, right? Like that's a plus. And when you think about this matchup, Earth Spirit versus Earth Shaker, Earth Spirit gets more done earlier. That's something that the hero shines at. He doesn't need a lot of items. Maybe an urn, maybe a veil, something similar, and you're already online. Shaker, however, he needs a little bit of time.
Yeah, but that being said, Shaker can... He's much more difficult to play, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, that you need to be in the right position right away, but he can counterplay the Earth Spirit's aggression if he's already in position, which, of course, is a lot harder than just, like, you know, TPing someone and rolling.
And the new Shaker is... the old Shaker with the new shard is something peculiar. We have seen it a couple of times and it's pretty strong. I actually didn't realize that if you use Enchant Totem... Yesterday I played it, and I didn't realize that Enchant Totem, wherever you use it on the map, it's gonna stun everyone on the fissure. For some reason I thought that you had to be next to the fissure and use that totem to stun.
You know, I thought that too. Yeah. I didn't actually realize it.
Yeah, you can be anywhere and the fissure is gonna stun. So you cast that fissure, you move away if you think that they're gonna be there, and you set up with it. It's not bad at all. Drow Ranger, by the way, we didn't cover the ban. It's just a hero that does pretty well versus the Troll. Also can do well versus the Panda in the lane.
Yep. So we're expecting this matchup to be very much kind of PYW versus Mian Mian in the 2-4s, the ES versus the ES.
Yeah, we are, and they're picking a Lina. Lina is one of the best matchups against Leshrac, especially if you have a roaming Shaker. Always have a lot of kill threat there. Not the biggest fan of Lina as a core, usually. It kind of feels like you die two times, you lose the game.
It's always like, I can't remember when I had a panel in which one analyst was propagating, like saying that Lina is a core that he likes. It's just so squishy. I guess when Borania was playing for, what was the team? Mud Golems. Yeah, they looked scary. They looked scary with that Lina. But whoever tries to recreate it, it falls flat.
I mean, Lina can dominate, you know, you can go 20-0,
yeah.
But if you go 20-3, then you lose suddenly. Yeah. like it's so hard to, you know, just keep the snowball going. It's kind of like a Queen of Pain in that regard.
Very similar, but Queen of Pain is easier to play a little
More
bit.
mobility also.
Mobility,
yeah.
Less punishing for better positioning.
Yeah, but also the lane, of course. I mean, Lina's lane is just ridiculously strong. Like I always say, if you pick mid Lina, you don't really know how to play mid lane because you can't lose the lane. Like you literally just Dragon Slave every
push,
wave.
Yeah.
You right click with like 3 times the attack speed and 2 times the damage. It's, of course, I'm not saying Ori doesn't know how to play mid lane. I'm just saying it's so strong that even if you were, you know, let's say if it was the cost versus me, he could pick a Lina and probably go even. No offense to cost, I know you're great.
No, you're bad at Dota, no offense to look.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad at all. He's good.
Just not as good as you.
Of course.
Got you. Okay.
But, the thing is, like, I'm higher MMR than this entire building combined.
That's false. That's false, but we have some kill potential on both sides when it comes to the mid lane.
Yeah.
On one side you have this S plus Lina, on the other you have S plus Leshrac. So Lina also needs to be a little bit careful because a couple of these Earth Spirit rotations and she can definitely get into feeding positions. Vici Gaming, they ban out the Arc Warden and the Monkey King as their last 2 bans. They go with
Bristleback.
Okay. Okay, interesting pickup here.
Actually, not the best hero against Mars, because when you get speared, you always look at the Mars.
Yeah.
So you're never turned away from him. But yeah, I mean, Magma didn't pick the carry yet. They have a lot of potential. Just pick like a Slark or an Ursa or Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker.
Did not expect that one.
All right, let's go.
Does his shard give him a break or something?
No, it gives him life leech. Like
No,
an old life stealer feast.
I know, but then okay.
Why did they pick that? They could have literally just picked a Slark or Ursa and just dominate the lane. Instead,
I'm not sure as
now
well.
the Bloodseeker is gonna be like struggling against the Bristleback. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
That's what you get for saying they always have solid drafts, man.
I'm trying to see the synergies here. I really am. I mean, I guess you've got the Arena into Bloodright combo, Rupture into Spear, but yeah.
There's a lot of magic damage in the mid game, but even this combo with an Ogre Bloodseeker, it's not really a carry that you have to Bloodlust, right? Like you pick this Ogre for Bloodlust more later on in the game. That's his impact. A bloodlusted Bloodseeker, it's
thematic.
He's already very bloodlusty. You don't need that.
It's thematic. Okay, we'll just have to accept that. Alrighty, well, let's bring in our casters for this first game of the day, and it is, of course, going to be Bcop and Lacoste. Guys, can you please help us make sense of this Bloodseeker pick?
Usually I'm the guy that has at least something to say. It's not always the smart thing, but as you guys also said, I don't see too much synergy. They could have gone with any pick. They decided to go with the Bloodseeker. I'm kind of, you know, it's okay. It's 2 out of 5.
Okay, well, the answer is no then. Guys, predictions from my panel, guys. What are we thinking about this game number 1, if I even need to ask?
Vici Gaming.
Vici.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Vici.
Sounds about right.
I'm saying Vici. I love my boy Bloodseeker in the carry position, but this game just doesn't seem to work out for me. Can't make sense of it. We're going to throw it over to our casters to get into game number 1 of Vici Gaming versus Magma Esports. Enjoy.
Thanks, Nomad. Yeah, getting into the first game here between Vici and Magma. New week of DPC. Everything is exciting as we start over again. from the first day. Ready to go. Magma, they've been struggling a little bit. Vici have looked like one of the solid top teams so far. It's going to be interesting to see how this Bloodseeker works out.
I
know you were very excited for the blood.
I just don't. Oh man, Bristleback, you know, short BB. It actually is Big Boss, because that's what he's gonna be in this game. The only thing he needs to care about pretty much is Mars Spear, possibly a Rupture, but he's one of the better heroes to just stand his ground. There's a ton of magical damage. Eternal Shroud, like that item is excellent. I can't find the proper words to describe how good that item is on Bristleback.
I think the proper word is maybe it needs a nerf. It's so good.
Not necessarily, you know, it just fits him really well. Doesn't mean that it's OP, but definitely feels like one of the best items that they can get. Also, the thing about Bristleback is if lane is not going well, there's always Ancient Stacks, there's always Jungle. He's not the hero that loves to play from behind, but has tools to come back into the game.
Yeah.
One thing I'm not really a big fan of is mid Lina. I've seen this hero do so well in the laning stage, then you get on top of her, and she's just straight up dead. It's very hard to itemize Lina in this type of matchup where you're playing at the Bloodseeker. You have two heroes that just, you know, get on top of you, Mars plus an Earth Spirit, so kind of tough matchup. For the mid lane, Lina should have a slight edge against the last track. She just outranges pretty much anyone.
I think we've seen Lina at least one other time over mid, and it was exactly that. Had a decent laning phase, then got killed a couple of times, and the game kind of shut down.
It's always the story. Same story whenever I see Lina, pretty much.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Vici react if there's rotations that come out. Obviously, Uri, one of the better mids in the region, one of the best mids in the region, so we'll see how he handles potential pressure coming in from Magma. We've seen some positives from Magma. I think a lot of their lacking comes in the later parts of the game. Shylock, sometimes it feels like he doesn't exactly know how to add to a team fight. We saw him on a Lycan, and it felt like he didn't know exactly where to be.
Yeah, he's Terrorblade as well. Like, farming is really, really good. It's just those decisions whether I join or not. Like, right now, this is the decision that a lot of carries throughout the Dota history struggle with.
Yeah, he was quite indecisive in that last series that we saw him in on those heroes. So I think he's done really well in terms of his farming. The question becomes, can he be a bit more decisive? Can he work with his team? Because they've had leads and they can work with it if you know, he finds himself a bit more confident, I'd say. Why taking a lot of harassment. Stun comes in, Blood right down. That'll silence up the Bristleback. He's got 2 mangoes. So not a lot of mana on Old 11 at the moment, but doing an okay
I think he
job.
has a bottle coming to him. Yeah, that's a full bottle already, 2.5 minutes in. There's not enough pressure on this Bristleback. You might, you know, try to get him killed once or twice with the stun inside of Blood right. There it is. Fisher is available. PYW will not even bother using it.
Conserves the mana. We've seen this a lot in the Chinese region. The double bottles. And one for mid, one for your offlaner. I don't know if we've seen it so much off the top of my head in SEA or other regions, but it definitely seems like the norm here.
Yeah, it really is not popular, at least in Europe CIS. It's mostly just, you know, your mid laner gets it. Sometimes if you have like an Invoker on mid, you don't even have a bottle. But you want to get use of those bounty runes. You want to control those, move around the map a bit more. You don't necessarily need to move yourself, but you can give your bottle to your position 4, who is making the rotation, possibly refilling the bottle, and you kind of have a guaranteed refill if your position 4 moves, let's say, from the bottom lane to the rune 6 minutes in, your mid laner moves top, and yeah, you're really contesting it. Also, one thing we've seen once so far in the Chinese region is Brewmaster. I think it was Red Panda playing the Panda on that position 5. It's a bit greedy, but when you're paired up with the Troll, your laning stage is really, really good. And we can already see the difference why they decided to do it against the Mars. Like, Mars is the hero that wants to keep the pressure. He feels really good when he's staying ahead. When he's playing from behind, not that much. And the Troll is causing a lot of issues right now.
Fissure from PYW, that will keep the Invis rune top, but Mian Mian over to pick it up and make sure that it stays out of Ori's hands. They brought 3 heroes over mid for Magma to get that rune, and going back to the Mars, it's usually a hero that we see secure farm pretty easily. And it's struggling here up against this Troll Brew combo.
I think he was paired up with, again, Troll +1 still would struggle quite a lot. You know, Troll, for me, probably is the strongest agility laner right now.
And you see he's 27 and 6. Behind him, 23 and 4. Blood right down. Old 11 in trouble. First blood for Shylock. Old 11 just a bit too far out of position, sitting with not a lot of health. And you've got the stun, you've got the blood right. We've seen that combo thrown on him already a handful of times, and it's working out. Bounty runes, Mian ready to swipe one. He does so, so it will be 3 for the side of Magma. That means bottles are going without a fill, but at the same time, since Old 11 died, he comes back bottom, he fills the bottle, and he's good to go. TZY, though, taking a lot of pressure. He's also got a bottle.
Now, everyone just got a bottle, you know. 3 mana, 3 HP region. Lina just hit level 6. Still no points in Laguna Blade. I can understand that. Doesn't have too much mana to work with. Like
Roll in. Looking for Old 11. They've got the silence with the blood right. They're trying to chase down this Bristleback. Body blocks from Man are perfect.
Oh, one more quill spray.
Still don't have the damage to get the kill on Old 11. He'll pop that salve, turn around, DY coming through, Shylock low. He's forced to run, but the fissure hits onto Mian, and Old 11 at least gets one with that quill spray. So turns this on Magma. They play aggressive with 3 heroes bottom, just unable to get the kill onto this Bristleback. And Shylock's in here a little bit low. He might want to be careful.
Shylock needs to be careful, needs to bring some extra kind of region to this lane, because Bristleback will put some pressure. No points in Goo, but
rotation.
Yeah, mid lane, a lot of heroes. This is something that we see quite often in Chinese region.
Going for the roll, Boulder Smash with the stun. Easy kill for Magma onto Ori. He had that double damage, unable to utilize it though. Vici were over there. They had DY and PYW, just unable to save him. They didn't see those TPs come in.
PYW needs to be the one, you know, going for those saving plays, because position 5 Panda doesn't offer you with that much at the moment. Like, what is he gonna do? Use Cinder Brew? Wow. You know, can't really do that much. Needs levels. Like this hero, this is why I consider him greedy, because you are playing for that level 6, 10 minutes in, and if your position 4 is also not getting levels, someone will need to say, bro, you take the tome.
Yeah. You know, get a step towards level 6, take that Tome of Knowledge. But if both supports are struggling, then it's a sacrifice. In PYW, he's only level 3. You've got Brewmaster stacking over in the triangle, and now he's back over onto the Radiant side. Like, he's trying to figure out what he can do to best help his team. Rupture on Old 11. Kaz is here. Dust comes bottom. Old 11 on the run. Slowed up. Hit with that flood right. Gets into the trees, but runs his life out. Now DY rotates. It's going to be a second. Shylock gets one. Dust the other.
I don't know if Bristleback realized that he was ruptured, because my man, he was, you know, trying to break the record on 100 meters.
Got to the end of the dash and died. He just kept running. He was Forrest Gump. Laguna Blade used on Kaz. Kill there on the 5 position Ogre. It's one back for Ori, who is going into the boots of travel.
Greedy. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, you're playing into Bloodseekers, so there will be an easy setup to silence. Mars Arena. You have Earth Spirit also that can easily close the gap. Might backfire, it really might. Magma, so far, from what I've seen, is that they can play the laning stage, like those early rotations until up to 15-minute mark are really good. I may lower it down until like 12-minute mark, because this is where the problem starts for them. Like, what do we do? And we can see Vici Gaming probably in this game also making a better decisions, because they are the more experienced team.
Yeah, it's similar to what we said about LBZS, that their laning stage was good, and then come the mid game, the decision making makes it a lot harder.
Because individually, all these players who are playing are extremely good. But when it comes to the like team decisions, like what do we need to do right now, is what separates the best from the rest.
Yeah, so that's really what's been putting these top teams over the mark. LBZS and Magma, they're still learning. This is a big LAN for them, and some of them it's their first opportunity to go up on LAN against these top teams. I don't want to say that they're definitely not making it to the major, because I think that, you know, we're only in week 2, the beginning of it. But it's certainly a learning experience. Like those first 2 losses for LBZS, maybe they learn for those and they turn it around. And maybe Magma are watching and they're learning and taking this experience and turning it into a positive.
Sure,
so,
this is how you get better, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to lose, learn from your mistakes so you don't make them again. And right now, tier 1 tower gone. Let's see the rotations post 10-minute mark. This is what I'm most interested in. After the laning stage is done, pretty even game in terms of net worth. So Panda buys himself a dome. Earthshaker managed to get level 6, some solo XP on the bot lane for a bit. And
Spear comes in, hits the Brewmaster. They've got the roll to follow it up. Certainly the damage to get the kill. Old 11 shows up, but everybody's here for Magma. This is an interesting decision from Old 11. He's surviving for now. This time he's not running while he's ruptured. The damage is done, but it's not enough to get any kills. They've taken out Old 11. They look over at Ori. They'll make it a third. Vici losing numbers, and we talked about how this could be really bad for the Lina. You die a couple times and your game kind of just shuts off.
Brewmaster is 6 after buying that dome. Perfect XP timing. Now they're in.
PYW setting up. Looks like he's looking for the Echo, but he gets silenced. So he's unable to get the Echo off. He was in between a couple of heroes. They look over at Dust. They've used the Primal Split, and they will find a second. Both Kaz and Dust will drop. So a little bit of a retort there from Vici, which was almost enough to pop off, because that silence, I think, stops that from going to a devastating point.
Do you ever dream about playing Dota, B-Cup? Because I just remembered, you know, why do I feel so tired? I was actually dreaming, now that I saw Brewmaster split, that I was playing Brewmaster, and like I got commended for being such a good at micro.
Oh, Echo! The Echo slams on top of this Earth Spirit as well as the Ogre. They had the Geomagnetic Grip as well as the Spear. They almost got the kill on the Troll. TZY.
He's ruptured once again. Old 11 can't catch a break.
He's been ruptured every single time, and Shylock will get the kill there. This is a lot more impressive from Shylock. You can see a lot more confidence from him this time.
Oh, for sure. Like, seems like this is the hero that he is comfortable playing when it's not a farming hero like a Terrorblade, that you rely so much on your meta cooldown. With this hero, you're speedy enough to be like, yeah, I'll be joining those fights. You know, and you want to use the Rupture, you want to help the team with the Bloodright. It's pretty standard build on the Bloodseeker, Maelstrom into BKB, most likely a Gleipnir after that. But still feel Bloodseeker compared to the other carries just doesn't provide you with that much. And this particular matchup, what he's paired up with, Leshrac, so you get the tower damage from the Lesh, which is really, really nice. Otherwise, if there was like no Leshrac, no DK, let's say it's an Ember Spirit plus Bloodseeker combo, then you're kind of screwed because you can't finish the game. Like, you may be able to fight, you may be able to get the kills, but you can't end the game. With Leshrac, it's a different kind of story.
Yeah, the more levels he gets, he's got that level 4 in the Diabolic Edict, he can push those towers, things get easier for Magma. It's not reliant on Shylock to be doing tower damage.
PYW, we've seen some Earthshakers getting a lot of, you know, farm. Like getting 13 to 15 minute blink daggers, because all that passive gold is there. He did not die a single time. Couple of bounty runes picked up, doesn't have neither soul ring nor mana boots, just going straight into blink dagger, which most of the time I think it's the correct play. So you can go back to mana items after you pick up the blink dagger. Already used one really big echo slam, and he will have another one with the blink dagger.
Yeah, so I wonder if he stays off the map, he'll go to smoke, because he's already holding one. Echo Slam on cooldown for another 20 seconds. I think that's the kind of thing I dream about if I'm dreaming Dota. It's the big Echo Slam. I dream about actually being able to carry my games. And then I wake up into reality and I'm like, I can't do anything. This is terrible. Echo Slam up. So now they'll have the opportunity. Spear hits onto Old 11. just to allow TZY to back up. It's a 1k lead for Vici so far. Bloodseeker leading the charge in the net worth. Old 11 must be getting frustrated every fight. He's the one who's getting ruptured. It's been a bully session so far. Echo Slam with the blink on the TZY. They've got the Fissure to follow it up as well as the LSA. That'll get them the kill onto the Mars. But now the rotations are coming through, and they've glyphed up this tier 1 tower. So I'm not sure Vici are going to be able to get this. The roll comes in, magnetize onto 3. They'll use the primal split. They look over at Dust. He cyclones this Earth Spirit in the air. It was the Leshrac that used himself up, but it doesn't keep him alive. Dust ends up dead to Erica, and they're continuing to look towards this Ogre. They get the stun from DY, but eventually he'll be back to form. Right clicks on the tier 1 tower, and even though they glyphed, even though they rotated, they don't save it. So a good fight from Vici.
Vici Gaming probably, you know, said a couple of things to Brewmaster, like, why did you use that thing on Leshrac in a team fight? And, you know, it was actually his Yule Scepter. Yeah. But, yeah, I feel like if you can just stun Leshrac and kill him, like, that's your target, because this is where the most damage is coming from. Or when he becomes too big, you use Cyclone from the Brewmaster just to throw him into the air and deal with the rest. So 3k gold lead, like this is 4k gold lead right now, because we talked about Magma being good at the laning stage. It was a pretty even game, and now decision making is like, yeah, what do we do right now? Like that's the problem. I like the itemization on Bristleback this time. Doesn't finish the Eternal Shroud. Understands where the threat is coming from. I'll get that Lotus Orb. It's gonna help me quite a lot against the Bristleback, against those silences. I mean, you can just use it on yourself before the fight starts. It lasts for 6 seconds, and you're like, you're not gonna rupture me right now.
Yeah, maybe it'll stop him from getting ruptured every fight, as we've seen thus far. It's looked good from Magma. Like, I don't want to take away from that, but I'm a little bit more surprised at the fact that Leshrac and Mars just have not kept up in form.
I can understand why Mars. His lane wasn't the greatest. They played 2 melee heroes into Troll and Panda. Vici Gaming's lane trades really, really well. But Leshrac, yeah, a bit struggling right now. Also, getting a Boots of Travel, I don't think you get too much value out of this. You might try to, you know, keep up with the enemy cores, but feels like it's not gonna be enough. He decides to go for it. I'd still prefer if he gets like an item to actually fight with.
PYW was hiding in the trees with that ward on the high ground the entire time. Echo came off cooldown, and you could see he was just like hoping that they would line up for a perfect Echo for him to do something, because DY was also in the trees. I think they were looking to make a move, especially when you could have the Lina join in from quite a distance away. So he's still looking, he's still searching. He wants to go into Dust. There's the blink as well as the Echo. Lina already TPing in, may not even be needed. The Fissure hits on a Kaz as well as Dust. They get the kill on a 1, and now
that's just an extra kill.
In, it's a +1 double kill there for Ori. So his Boots of Travel paying off as he's able to TP into this fight. Dust is dead, and so is Kaz. And onto the tier 2 tower bottom.
Vici Gaming in full control of this game right now. Every single time the split is up, DY has been involved in 10 out of 10 kills, which is pretty impressive for a Brewmaster 5. I believe we are gonna see more of this hero being picked and played from position 5, because it gives you a team fight. It's still cooldown dependent, but yeah, feels good. I personally thought it's greedy, but it seems like it's working out once again in this meta. Like, it was super popular 2.5 years ago, and now we're back. He received a lot of buffs.
Yeah, I think it's just about the timing to get to 6, have that primal split available, then you can really be active with your team. And we did see him struggle, and we talked about if, you know, maybe PYW wasn't 6, that the tome would go his way. So it also relies on your 4 being able to find the experience to get to 6, so he doesn't have to swipe that tome away, and you can be active with that primal split early on. And that's what they've done on Vici. They were able to get to that, and now they lead by 6k. PYW is still doing this. He doesn't have Echo this time, but he's just been in these trees constantly and searching for another kill.
Also, this Tinker Ward that they placed is giving them a lot of info, what's happening in the lane. He might go for it. 1 TP is coming. One TP coming onto the lane. Oh, he did not get enough time to kill that creep. So Boots of Travel giving them another kill. Timing that Vici Gaming is looking into is finishing the BKB on Lina. Troll already has one. Was actually forced to pop it on the mid lane and just TP out. Got ruptured. Lotus Orb done on a Bristlerack.
Those immediately used, and good Fissure. That's going to keep Dust out of this. However, he's still able to land a stun onto Ori from such a distance.
Very greedy from Ori.
Yeah, Lotus Orb on old 11. He's trying to run from Shylock, putting those quill sprays into the Bloodseeker. How long they're willing to chase is a question here on whether or not they can get this kill onto old 11. They land the spear. It's taking a lot. The Bloodright is down. Old 11 now stunned up, silenced, and in the face of Magma. Eventually, Dust does get the kill. They'll pop Primal Split. They'll Cyclone the Mars into the air. PYW on the run. They just don't have the numbers to go after this one. With BKB still down on Troll, he doesn't want to get involved.
Good fight from Magma, or we can call it a mistake from Vici Gaming, where Lina is 100 gold away from BKB. 5 heroes missing on a map. She decides to farm underneath tier 2 tower. Troll already used the BKB because he was forced to TP out. So they definitely should not try to take that fight at all, you know, just play it safe. But it is what it is. So 3k gold difference just from that fight. They picked up, I believe, 4 bounties. Yeah, that's why there's so much gold difference. And now Mars also recovering slowly, but, you know, getting that Blink Dagger, working towards the BKB. BKB is going to help quite a lot.
And I've been much more impressed with this game for Shylock than others. And Blink BKB, pop by Ori. Now going for the LSA, that's going to land, as well as the Laguna Blade. Erica's in, stunned up immediately by Kaz, and the spear pushes him
damage.
back. Bloodright down, pushes Erica even further away as he's being ruptured, but there's the Fissure. Shylock in trouble, might get the kill on Ori with the BKB getting popped. He takes Ori's life. He looks over at PYW, getting run
Back
down
to almost
here,
full
and
HP.
2 heroes dead on the side of Vici with the roll in from Nyan. They're looking for more. Battle Trance is popped by Erica, but he just rolls away. Nyan out of the face of this Troll. A good fight from Magma. They do lose TZY as well as Kaz, but
that was such a great execution. Troll gets ruptured, speared back, loses half of his HP, and Bloodseeker holding on to that BKB for a very, very long time. For a moment, I thought he forgot about it, and yeah, gets 2 kills with the Thirst, almost healed himself to full HP. Now they're chasing bottom. They know Troll has no BKB nor ulti, and Mars Arena is in. Easy pickoff.
Yeah, they get the kill onto Erica. Blink, Arena Spear, TZY setting it up. He's going for a BKB of his own. He's also holding on to a regen rune. Immediately knowing that that BKB is still down, they move across the map perfectly. And this is probably the best we've seen Magma play up to this point. Their decision making looks so much better, and it looks like they're executing
down to that
really well.
where Shylock is playing a more aggressive type of a carry who wants to join fights instead of just hitting the creeps.
So Troll back up in 18. There's the Shroud picked up for the Bristleback. Fissure, Shard, Echo on a 2! Almost taking out Dust. The Laguna Blade avoided! Whoa, Dust stays alive. He's trying to get out, but he's stunned up by DY. They finally finish off this Leshrac, but PYW on the back lines, getting right-clicked by Shylock in too far. Fissure hits. PYW takes out the Bloodseeker. Now they'll look for the rest.
Man, new Shard on Earthshaker feels so damn good. I hope we're gonna see that one again, where Fissure is used on Leshrac, and then he just uses Totem, stuns him while he's sitting on top of the Fissure. Leshrac did not expect that, and then blinks in with the full Echo Slam on 2 heroes plus a creep wave.
Let's take a look at this once again.
Yeah, the positioning from Earthshaker has been amazing. Look at him sitting on the high ground.
Yeah, and then the blink with the Echo, and they almost killed off Dust. Just barely survives. Slam back down, and then eventually he'll fall. TZY stays in maybe too long. Shylock in way too deep. PYW has that last second fissure to get the kill, take away a 7-time spree, and then TZY just getting chased by Old 11, who is not too scared anymore.
While we were watching that replay, Vici Gaming decided to go inside the Roche pit, take it, and they give Aegis to Lina. Very interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to keep the Lina alive. He's going for Silver Edge. So we'll see what that break provides for the team. And then taking a look at Shylock, he wants Shard. So he's gone Mjolnir, BKB, going for the Shard, the upgrade to Blood Rage. You think it's worth it?
Sure, I'm just thinking about Lina Silver Edge. You are playing into Bloodseeker, so you can't hide underneath the Shadow Blade if you're low enough. Break mechanic, you can break Thirst, you can break Bulwark. That's it. You know, I don't think you get too much value out of that one. Also, who do you want to assassinate? Probably Leshrac, maybe a Bloodseeker before he can get anything off. To go back to the Shard from Bloodseeker, yeah, it deals 2% of your max health as a pure damage and heals, but it doesn't work on other heroes, so it just works on the Bloodseeker himself. He's, you know, very, very greedy, very selfish.
Ori spots Mian Mian, LSA out from the Shadow Blade. There's the Laguna with the fissure follow-up from PYW. Get that first pick off with the Shadow Blade, paying up already. It was a good kill to get Mian Mian in an interesting position that far in to the dire jungle without any help. But ends up paying for it. 8K lead for Vici. Still though, even though they're 8K behind, it definitely feels like the game Magma is certainly still in. We've seen some 8K leads where it feels like the other team is completely out of it.
Some 40K gold leads where it doesn't matter when there's 5 Divine Rapiers in the game.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, Coddle's holding a Divine Rapier. The Wind Waker gets built. Things get out of control. Ooh. Arena missing the Spear, Lotus Sword, but they've silenced up this Bristleback. They've got the Fissure as well as the Totem, keeping TZY stunned. Forced to pop that BKB. Cyclone up into the air is Mian Mian, now slammed back down. Bloodright coming through. Erica's silenced, so is the Bristleback. They get the kill on the Mian Mian. They've got one. He doesn't have buyback. They're going up onto the high ground. The stun's on Old 11, but he's so tanky at this point, he really doesn't quite care about what's thrown at him. Continuing to put the Lotus Orb on himself. Finally, the Spear comes in as well as the God's Rebuke for the Fissure thrown forward from PYW. They've ruptured up Old 11.
Oh man, does damage from the Shard. Actually
doing
rips apart Bloodseeker, and it allows rips apart Bristleback, and it allows Bloodseeker to be able to, you know, heal himself while he's hitting him, so he doesn't feel that damage from the Quill Sprays. So, you know, could be a decent pickup. He still doesn't have it, but yeah, just needs a 50 gold.
He'll pick it up. Bristle maybe getting a little bit too overconfident, standing right under the tier 3 tower and in between the set of racks. But Magma do an okay job of trying to defend. They're still down 10K, but it's certainly possible. If you kill Old 11, get to the backlines, take out Ori especially.
What is going on with Ori, man? Armlet as his 5th item on Lina?
After picking up that Silver Edge? I don't know if Ori has a bet that he says he could build anything and still win.
I don't think I've ever seen that, that's for sure, but
we'll see
hope he goes for it. I mean, Dota is a beautiful game, and we always find a way to throw, so let's see if that can happen. Okay, switches
to Daedalus.
That makes a lot more sense.
You can hear us just talking about the potential Armlet build. Blink Arena, and now the Lotus Orb again, but they've got the stun. The roll comes in. There's the Fissure as well as the Totem that's going to keep Kaz locked up. Mian Mian in on the Old 11. The Magnetize was dropped down, but the roll attempted. Old 11 steps in front of him. They get the kill on both supports. They buy back on the Ogre. TZY on the high ground, TPing away. And another 2 for Vici. 20-14, 12K lead, pressuring on the Radiant side once again. and the Aegis has been reclaimed.
One buyback expended. There's no tier 3 tower. 11. You know, he feels like he's unkillable, but that has been proven wrong so many times throughout this game. Seems like this should be an easy barracks. No Earth Spirit.
TZY trying again. Pops the BKB, doesn't land a spear on Old 11, pushing him back to the team. So now that BKB is down, it's a lot more risky for him to jump in and try to get a spear onto this Bristle. Ignite bounce back with the Lotus Orb. Bloodlust put onto the Bloodseeker, but its melee rack's gone for free. And nothing from Magma to really try and defend this mid lane just yet. They've smoked up, but that ward was there, so it spotted them. Going for that smoke.
They're killing the shrines, just kidding, that doesn't exist in Dota anymore. Just checking if chat is paying attention to what's happening in the game.
High ground shrines were the best part of holding. Popping them by accident.
Oh yeah. We had 5, I believe, at one point, just in the base. Not sure. That guy's probably fired, you know, because like, how did you come up with this? Like, you ruined so many games.
Was there ever a game where you ran around popping all 5 like you were in the show Legends of the Hidden Temple? Just pop, 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 and your team would get really mad
on purpose?
Yeah.
Just to ruin the game?
It's griefing.
I always find a different way, more unique ones.
I always backed up and accidentally activated them. Big problem. Heart being built by Bristleback. Going to the top lane once again. Old 11. He's died 6 times. He's felt a lot stronger towards the second part of this game, which is to be expected.
He's doing his job. Going in, taking in damage, prolonging the team fights.
Yeah.
Possibly forcing enemy cores to use the BKBs while they're hitting him. So that's exactly what he needs to do. Meanwhile, deal some damage, gets Cloak of Flames. That item is really, really good. I just love that item. Like, compared to the other tier 3 item, what's it called? The one that lowers the status resistance of the enemies.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I just feel like Cloak of Flames is like a much, much better item than that one, for sure. Especially on the heroes who stay such a long time in a team fight without dying, that Bristleback is. Alright, Spear.
Now looking for it, they've got the Rupture out, and now they're going to focus their attention on the Kaz. The arena's down, and it's around PYW, who's been silenced up. Shylock moving forward. He's got the BKB. He gets the kill on a PYW. Kaz and Dust are already gone. Oh, from Yan Yan, TP attempt, but the BKB no longer on this Bloodseeker, so he's uled up into the air, and the damage coming in from Ori. Wow, just blowing up Shylock once he doesn't have that BKB, and these 3 heroes don't have buyback.
Because all that has happened because Lina does not have Armlet. Instead, she has a Crystallis, and that's a ton of damage. A lot of right-click. Look at her talents. 30 damage. Level 20 is pretty insane when you combine it with already just the damage coming out from the talent. And I believe this might be it, because I don't think Magma has any more power to put back some fights. Roshan respawns, and that's Cheese and Aegis. So if VG Gaming wants to play safe, just go back and take that one after securing these easy set of Raxes for them.
Now the question is, do they need to go back? He still got 20 seconds without the Bloodseeker. By the way, it was, I looked it up, Ceremonial Robe.
Ceremonial Robe, exactly.
I cheated. Took a look at the list.
It's fine, you know. It's called research.
I did some research. Got Ceremonial Robes, Cloak of Flames, a lot of cloaks. I feel like Ceremonial Robes and cloaks are like the same thing. You just throw them over your shoulders.
Sure. I mean, can't argue with that.
So TZY sending up towards top. Roche available. Again, you said they could play safe, back up, get the Aegis. That's exactly what they're doing. TZY going for Desolator. You've got the Mjolnir being built by the Troll. Needs that Hyperstone.
Immortality.
So we'll see if they can defend down 25,000. It's certainly a tough one.
That's all they have. One fight. They lose the fight, game is over.
Bristleback has the shard.
the hairball.
Rupture. Coming in, old 11, low sword fissure landed, and Blink Echo taking out TZY. Down goes Mian Mian looking over at Shylock. It's a triple kill for Erica. They'll run in even deeper, trying to get the kill on a Dust.
I don't know
Make
if
it
you
an
noticed,
Ultra,
but
no.
GG is called B-Cup.
Saw it already. You know, he wanted the rampage. Go for
He
those
really did.
post GG calls.
So yeah, Magma once again showing that, you know, they can play the laning stage well. Some decision making after that was better than what they've shown before, but still not good enough to take on a giant that the Vici Gaming is.
Yeah, it's tough to really execute against the team as good as Vici. Things looked good for Magma. A takeaway from that game is I think they were a little bit more confident, that's for sure. They were holding back a lot in the last two series that they played. So
Yeah, for sure. I feel like they improved, but still not enough. Need to see, you know, the game 2, if they can make any changes, you know, to improve the things that are really not working out.
Yeah, so we'll see what they could do for game 2. We'll hear what the analysts have to say. Back over to the panel. Let's hear what you got.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lacoste. Yeah, Magma showing improvements, but not enough to bring down the giants, which are Vici Gaming, as they pull ahead here in game number 1 in this best of 3 series. Guys, Magma showing a little bit of promise, but unfortunately it didn't quite go their way. Do you think with a different draft they would have looked even more promising in this game, or do you think they look promising because they were doing something a little bit different?
Yeah, I think it's the other thing. When you have something as a Bloodseeker, it can be a little bit complicated to deal with early on in the game when you're so mobile. You have the Earth Spirit, you have the Bloodseeker, and you're playing it versus Alina, which brings you a lot of movement speed, a lot of range, mobility to get on top of her, to eliminate her. Same goes for all the other heroes, and you can catch people off guard a little bit. The Bristleback feeding a little bit in the laning stage as well. They were pressuring him, but eventually in the mid game, when you look at all the items purchased by Vici Gaming, they all make sense. The Lotus Orb, the Eternal Shroud, and the Bristle, he just stands in front. And that's where you fall apart as Magma.
Yeah, this was the moment of hope here for the Magma fans out there, as the Bloodseeker was able to turn this around, you know, just getting the kill on that Lina, and then the burst heal comes through, grabs a second, runs away. A really nice fight from Magma, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. Vici did a really good job on fighting the farm on the map and just staying ahead pretty much at all times against Team Magma. Is there anything Magma could have done to get themselves more gold on this map?
I mean, that's the problem if you have a lineup like Magma with that Bloodseeker last pick. I feel both Lina, actually all 3 of the cores, Lina, Bristle, and Troll, have a pretty good matchup against Bloodseeker. And if you quote-unquote counter pick yourself already, you know, all the enemy team has to do is sit back and farm. And you are always the aggressor, you know. And you just have to force things. Like in Dota, if you have to force things, it would just get uncomfortably. I mean, it would just get uncomfortable at some point, you know? Like, you always have to invade the triangle, you always have to smoke here, do this, get these kind of kills, because otherwise you just lose by default. And I really feel if they drafted another hero, like a Slark, that matches up well against both the Troll and the Bristleback, I would have given them a much better chance of winning this game.
They were banking on, like, what Black also said is, they're banking on the enemy team's mistakes, right? They're hoping that you're going to do mistakes. If you pick this lineup with a Bloodseeker that's your comfort zone, but not necessarily a good win condition for your team, you're hoping that the enemy team will take your gambits, take your trades. Okay, you want to fight, let's fight. And battle it out throughout the mid game, and then somehow you come out on top and you win. But if they refuse to trade, if they refuse to take these fights, eventually you just lose.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing which Vici did really well, was deciding their fights, and even the Troll building into that to make sure that he was ready to go when his team wanted to be ready to go. He goes for the Maelstrom build, which we don't really see on Troll. What was the true purpose of the Maelstrom over the Battle Fury?
It just makes you be able to fight earlier. And honestly, there is an argument to be made that it's better than Battle Fury anyway, because
it's still farming item, right?
Recently it also got buffed from 25% proc chance to 30%, and together with your ult, that is a lot of bonus magic damage, especially like in the early game. And personally, I prefer it over the Battle Fury. I kind of feel like Troll is a fighting hero, and Maelstrom is much more of a fighting item. And maybe we'll see it more, being purchased more often in the future, you know, but I'm a big fan of the Maelstrom.
Yeah. Now, also worth saying that Bloodseeker, of course, has high armor naturally. Agi Hero starts with good base armor, and the Maelstrom with the magic damage can do a good job in penetrating that. Well, who do we think our MVP was off this game? Well, I can reveal it was, in fact, PYW on the Earthshaker. What a performance from him, just kind of being everywhere we needed to be, racking up 17 assists over the course of this game. Some lovely little slams coming out, some lovely little fishes, and generally just being that playmaking hero which the team needed to help them through the...
I want to hear that song every time Shaker is an MVP. Come on and slam. That's it.
Yeah, make it happen, production. Give us some jams to bop along with when we see this Shaker. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he was the guy making the space for his team. He was the guy disrupting the mid game fights. I think that's what it comes down to in a match like this. It was disruption. Team Magma had this draft where they just wanted to relentlessly run at the enemy team at the side of Vici, and Vici, all they had to do was just disrupt them enough to make them get a little bit less out of these engagements. You know, save 1 or 2 heroes in the engagements, maybe get 1 or 2 return kills, and those little things were enough just to stop them finding the momentum and mean that Magma's draft never really took off. Let's say we have this matchup again in 4 weeks' time, and Magma keep looking a little bit better, and Vici kind of stay the same pace. Do you think 4 weeks would be enough for Magma to get there, or do you think it's a longer process than that?
I mean, it's definitely possible, but that would be us assuming that VG just stagnates completely, which is probably not going to happen either, you know? Like, all these top teams right now that are considered top teams, I think without exception even, they all looked rusty. You know, like, they all had like their own little problems in the game that they needed to fix. And over the course of the tournament, everyone's just going to get better and better and better as the meta get figured out more, you know? They'll be more comfortable with their new strategies and their new play styles, and I think every team will be improving. That's why, you know, I give very little chance to LBZS and Magma, because they are improving. They're doing a good job at improving, but the other teams are improving with them, you know, because otherwise they wouldn't be here.
Great point, great point. Well, we'll get to continue watching the standard Dota go drastically upwards, and the new metas evolving as all the regions even are going to take influence from each other, and every single team tries to push the boundaries more and more and more in this very exciting period for the Dota 2 competitive landscape. We are, of course, going to take a short break here in the DPC China region, but when we come back, we'll get into game number 2 of Team Magma versus Vici Gaming here at the DPC China region, brought to you by Perfect World. We'll see you very shortly. Oh yes, you read that right. It is indeed the Dota Pro Circuit. We're here with the Chinese region where we are past Game 1 in this best of 3 series between Team Magma and Team Vici Gaming. Guys, game number 1, it went how we expected. Magma showed a bit of improvement, but not nearly enough to hold a candle to Vici Gaming. Probably going to be the same situation in game number 2. Is there any way they could mess it up? Maybe draft some... maybe if they pick Bounty, that curse might show itself again.
Yeah,
you mean if
Vici Gaming picks Bounty?
Yeah.
Bounty still not taking a single game in the tournament. Not
Great
winning.
hero.
Great hero. I believe Bloodseeker is in a similar spot. Both of them aren't really contributing a lot to their team's performances so far, at least. Not in a good way, at least. As the teams that are picking those heroes are losing, so maybe if Vici Gaming gets Bloodseeker and Bounty Hunter, it can happen. Double the threat.
What happens
down.
if one team gets Bounty and the other gets Bloodseeker though?
The server crashes. You can't play it anymore. Yeah.
It's an impossibility. Yeah, they both just get minus points. The series goes to -1, -1.
Or -1-0.
Oh, true. It would be. It would be. You're right. So, what heroes have you been enjoying recently, Black, when you've been playing and you'd like to see maybe adopted in some competitive play?
Okay, so I'm experiencing with a lot of random stuff. I'm sure the avid Black Dota TV viewer would know.
Yeah,
I'm picking
Twitch
a lot of
TV, Black Dota TV.
Yeah.
Shameless.
If you're not over there
every day, you're
should,
making a huge mistake in your life.
You should definitely check
but
that out.
I'm playing a lot of Lion mid, Oracle mid, Shadow Shaman mid, Shadow Demon mid, and they're all very risky heroes. And the one with the most potential I've seen so far is Oracle middle, which I've seen OG play before as well.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, it's actually the biggest weakness of Oracle is that when you're out of position, you just get blown up. But when you're in the mid lane, you know, you have a lot more farm, a lot more health, a lot more survivability. And so far, 3 out of 3 games, 100% win rate in 9k plus average MMR games. That is like the ultimate testing ground, you know, like these really high level ranks.
Big flex. Big
good.
flex.
It's good. It's a good hero. Loses lane to almost no one. It's good. I love it. You should try it too, and then you tell me your verdict.
I'll definitely give it a go. I'll probably lose, but I'll give it a go.
I will try it in my extremely high MMR games as well.
The weird thing is, when I was also like top 100, I was playing Oracle mid back then as well. But Oracle mid back then was a bit broken. Oracle anywhere back then was broken. It was literally when it came out.
Oracle was broken.
Yeah,
we can leave that one there.
Literally when it came out.
Yeah. But at the same time, though, there weren't as many good caster items. Now there's so many.
Yeah.
There's Bloodstone. There's Octarine Core. There's what's the other one? E-Blade, of course, the cheap one now.
Yep.
So good. I love this caster
Witchblade,
meta.
if you feel like spicing things up a little bit. You know?
Probably not an Oracle.
Probably not an Oracle, yeah. But
wait, let me just right-click you.
You know the worst build I've tried recently? The absolute worst build I've ever probably done in Dota? I was playing Bane mid, and I built Witchblade, forgetting that the damage just wakes them up.
Yeah, it's great. It's
so
a great combo.
Like, nightmare! Right-click them once, and they just wake up and run away. I'm like, whoops.
Nice. Can you guys remember the Bane offlane when he could steal your damage? Mask of Madness Bane offlane every single game.
Or mid even.
Yeah.
And then mid game, the enemy just kills you and you lose.
And you know what? Speaking of these heroes that Black has been playing, as we all know, everyone in the world is watching Black's Twitch channel, and because of that, Oracle is banned out by Team Magma.
They know.
Good choice.
They know. They know.
It's the next matter, because especially in China, I'm obviously a very big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, most Europeans wouldn't know because China is kind of separated from the rest. But I know. You know, I got Chinese fans messaging me every day. Wow, your Oracle gameplay is so sick. I'm hoping VG Gaming will get to play it, but of course Magma won't allow that fun.
They message you in Chinese because you can understand it very well as well,
course,
right?
Yes.
Yeah. You've spent so much time over there.
I adopted their ways.
So your viewership is actually much higher than it looks because you've got all the China viewers there as well.
Exactly.
Right, that makes sense.
But it doesn't display it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he's restreaming at the same time, probably. He has that contract. Enough with promoting Black. Let's go into the draft. Team Magma actually Okay, so
Abaddon.
take out this Abaddon. Abaddon has been picked by Lanham, I believe. He played
twice.
it twice as that position 5.
Was
so
it 3 times even? No, twice.
Twice. So yeah, maybe they're stealing something from his copybook.
But
Or maybe Black also played it on mid. That's also possible.
sometimes. No, but it's a perfect counter to Mars, because the person that gets speared, you can just shield him. But I love the response of Brewmaster, because you just cyclone him, and he's useless for 8 seconds.
Yeah.
That's literally the biggest counter to Abaddon in the game, I think. Either Bane Sleep or Cyclone.
Yeah, what about this TB pick versus Mars and Brewmaster?
Yeah, that sounds a bit questionable.
Bit sus, but
All right,
this is Shylock's probably his favorite hero.
Oh, Shylock is back. Shylock TV's back.
Hey, he had a great performance on the Bloodseeker last game. Well, no, he had a great performance considering how we expected him to perform last game, and considering his previous performance last week. I will stick up for my man Shylock and say we're seeing improvements. But yeah, no, I agree that into Mars and Brew, this team,
I don't want to be disrespectful, and I won't be, but he's had some easier games for a Terrorblade, let's put it that way, before, and this does not look like an easy Terrorblade game. However, TB is one of those heroes that if you do take a good fight, you can just take a side in one swoop.
That's more kind of direct to the
yeah.
drafter than at him, anyways. Isn't it? I believe it's our drafter.
So as long as they solve these 2 issues that he has for himself, the Mars and the Brewmaster, maybe it can work, because Abaddon works well with TB. You can always shield him so he gets that ulti off.
But there will more likely than not be even more issues presented, because they're going to pick a hero middle that's going to match up well against the TB, maybe even a carry as well, and if you just have too many problems, you just can't solve all of them.
You just pick Zeus for mid now if you're Vici Gaming.
Zeus or Tinker.
Yeah.
Or even steal the Lesh track for themselves.
Ember is also an option for them. Lesh,
There's lots of good
there's
options.
so many.
So
picks.
many.
Yeah.
Does it do magic damage? If yes, pick this hero. Easy.
Still,
just don't pick PA middle.
Yeah, still Terrorblade is the ultimate carry, and if he is given the space, and if he does have a good game, he disappears in the jungle a little bit, comes out with those 2-3 items, and yeah, it's in perfect world. I don't know if this is the perfect world for a Terrorblade though.
Good one. Ooh, there's a sneaking in. I thought that joke's supposed to be your territory, Black.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but you know, like
you left.
I'm not there yet. Like I'm just warming up, you know.
I hope we get there. I'd love to hear some dad jokes from you, Black.
We'll get there eventually.
Thank you.
We have a long time to go.
It's a tease. Yeah, keep watching, folks.
You messed up the Dominic. It's the other Dominic with the dad jokes. This one is...
I'm more the guy with the lame jokes.
Not really lame ones, but okay.
But he's
how would you describe him?
Bad.
Not funny.
Which is basically a mean way of saying lame. Yes. Thank you.
No, I love your jokes. Anyways, Zeus banned out and the
Void
TA
Spirit.
by Team Magma. They grabbed that Void Spirit.
That's where you pick Oracle middle, but it's banned.
Oracle banned. Storm is still in the pool.
Storm is good, yeah. Ember Spirit is good too.
Yeah. Ember probably even better right later on versus the TB.
Yeah.
Storm better versus Void Spirit. Ember maybe better versus TB. So the first thing I said when we analyzed this particular series is Team Magma has solid drafts. They seem to draft solid things, and
ooh, SD middle right there. They're watching my stream. What can I say?
I hope they didn't watch. We'll put that to the side. I hope they haven't watched their last series last week and gone, oh, you know what we need to do? We need to improve our drafts. And now they're making these drastic changes.
What are those roses? Did you guys see the roses behind the players? They have roses.
What?
If you
roses?
Yeah, there's so many. When you win a series, you have to take a rose and give it to the enemy team. I've heard that 100%. It's happening.
Well, I thought it was to propose to one of his girlfriends if he wins.
Really? Is that it?
One of his girlfriends.
One of his. I think what he meant to say, one of theirs.
Yeah.
One of their girlfriends. Yeah. I mean, either way.
You know, this esports life. You know, you never chain down to just one for every continent.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you just travel so much, you know.
It's nice. Do you think it changes like the setup that you're in the area surrounding
You mean your
does it-
environment?
Yeah, environment. Does it change the way you play? Like, if you have some nice clean apartment with flowers.
It does for sure. Okay, so
we need to try this. We need to have like the Antarctica major and then like the Sahara Desert major and see how the playstyle changes.
Yeah, exactly. Will some teams have like
The
better
cold, they're just
performances?
like
Yeah.
playing like really
Like
warm
they're-
heroes like Batrider and
suddenly
Kira.
the Russians are overpowering anyone. They don't care, you know.
Yeah, never try to invade Russia in the winter.
I have no confirmation on this, but you know, I know Anna's girlfriend came after the group stage in which OG struggled, and after that, he played like an absolute god.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You know, like the
having your
environment
dear
matters a lot.
ones, having your
I'm not saying-
dear ones around definitely helps.
I was saying the environment, you know, helps a lot. If
Yep,
you're in a loved
absolutely.
environment, you know, it's also way less stressful. It's very important.
Yeah,
What are you writing down right now?
nothing.
Secret messages. Drow coming out for Vici Gaming. She's going to be the carry of this team. A hero they are very, very fond of on this team and play very well.
Like what we were talking before, there are not only mid laners but carries that counter Terrorblade, and Drow has forever been one of those that are.
And SD2.
And SD, yeah.
And Mars.
and Panda.
Panda.
Yeah.
It looks
Yeah.
like a great old TV game.
Just pick whatever on mid lane. You don't have to counter him anymore. Just deal with the rest of
He's
the
already dead.
Yeah.
Pick like a Zeus on top.
Yeah.
Let's
So
go.
one other bad thing for Team Magma right now in this
Another
draft
one.
is they have no stuns, no reliable ones.
No, that's a problem.
And
God.
with the Phoenix, and you're playing Phoenix into Drow, so you need to be able to disturb her from hitting your egg once you use it.
And I feel like if they press egg, all 5 of VG are just like, okay, I'm out. Just walk away.
Yep.
They have no way of stopping them.
Yeah.
We'll just kill it.
Oh, they banned out the Storm Spirits on Team Magma. At least they want this Void Spirit to have a decent game.
Yeah.
And probably Ember Spirit will be their next ban, which is something that...
I'm predicting a death puppet from Vici Gaming.
Same.
yeah, not bad.
That would be boring though.
Yeah.
So
True.
I would rather have like a Puck or an Ember Spirit, but that Prophet
how
also
come
works.
Puck is not banned yet?
Yeah.
No? I mean, Puck is definitely the best hero for VG, I think. If they can get it.
Yeah.
Which they shouldn't. Because they already have no catch on Radiant. How are they ever going to kill this Puck?
Yeah, Puck would be amazing.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, you look at the hero pool for Vici Gaming. Just everything looks really good. Is that a sign of a poor draft, perhaps, from Magma? If every hero looks like it can do really well against your heroes.
I mean, that's a sign of picking... Again, like in game 1, you're just counter-picking yourself already. Like, they have this idea in their head. This hero is really good. It is. But you need to be able to adjust to situations, you know. They have Mars
Yeah.
Brewmaster. You don't want to pick a Terrorblade into that already.
And Vici Gaming, when they opened up with that Mars, they are pretty much saying Team Magma, okay, pick the Terrorblade or pick the Lycan. We don't care. We're gonna counter either one of those two. And they went with the TB and...
They banned SF, actually. Which I thought would be the least of their problems.
Yeah.
They have Puck now,
Interesting.
they have Ember now, they have Death Prophet. Not
yeah,
so good
SF
choices.
does not look like the...
Leshrac.
A little bit Lesh.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Some
You
early
called
pressure
for
on the
it
map.
Much earlier on in the draft.
Yeah,
good
yeah.
pick.
You called it pretty much when TB was picked.
Tusk.
Yeah. I was just yelling out magic heroes though. And Tusk is going to be the final pick from Team Magma.
That's
We'll give
offlane
them
Tusk.
a start. Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's offlane Tusk.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Gives them some lockdown, I guess, with Snowball and Punch. It's something. Is it enough?
You can get on top of Drow now at least.
Yeah,
can?
you fixed that. You can get on top of Drow and Lash.
But what happens if you snowball on top of a Drow and it's just like an arena and the Leshrac running in and it looks rough? I mean, that draft looks even rougher than the first one.
Yeah,
Looks like a-
100%.
Looks like a brutal draft
This-
to play against.
Vici Gaming's draft looks very solid. Team Magma's,
Not so much.
yeah, not so much. Very
Well, you
Very
know what,
not
guys? Diamonds are forged under immense pressure and the toughest of conditions. Maybe this is the formation of the Team Magma Diamond. Lacoste and B-Cup are on the other end of the line, ready to cast this game. Guys, do you see any glimmer of hope in this Magma draft?
I heard our analysts talking about counterpicking, but I think they counterpick themselves with the Tusk as a core into draw range. Like, what is Tusk gonna do in the laning stage? That's my concern. And also, like, the other matchups where TB is playing into Mars, now he's playing into Leshrac. Brewmaster will get rid of the illusions. Abaddon will not get that much value. Most of the time, every single time the split is up, you just cyclone that Abaddon, who's position 5, but you know, he deals a lot of stuff, removes the silences, removes the stuns. So looking like a really solid draft from Vici Gaming.
Alrighty, well, I guess we could do predictions. Vici.
Vici?
Vici. Okay, alrighty. We're going to throw it over to our casters. Beak and Lacoste, take it away for game number 2.
Game number 2 here between Magma and Vici. Looking very Vici favored based on the draft. I would say probably 80-20. If I had to give a percentage.
You're just being generous right now, Beak-Up, because this one looks like a clear outdraft. Yeah, one hero I've completely forgot about is Shadow Demon, so you can use it as a saving tool once they go in with like Void Spirit. With the Tusk, you can also make illusions out of the Terrorblade. Man, this is a scary looking lineup. You have a ton of tower damage coming out from the Drow Ranger, Leshrac with the Edict. I'm just very concerned. This game, you know, could end in 25 minutes if Vici Gaming comes out, let's say 3k gold lead after the laning stage. It's a very snowbally lineup.
It also goes back to that Terrorblade on Shylock. We talked about how he played with that hero previously and how he had stayed pretty conservative, tried to farm, didn't want to fight as much. Like, I don't think you get away with that against this lineup.
It's going to be tough. It's just overall a tough matchup, and I feel like they outdrafted themselves when you could have like 5 heroes for Vici Gaming as the last pick. It could have been Ember, it could have been Puck. It felt like really good, and they had no answers for those, so you know something is wrong with your draft.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to go and counter this draft off, but anything is possible. Any draft can work. We've seen it work before. I guess the question is, can Magma execute it? It's going to be tough. We've talked about how Vici feel like one of the stronger teams in the region, so going up against a team like Vici, trying to make a draft like this work is going to be no easy feat. So we'll see what they can do. PYW, meanwhile, getting the courier kill. Kaz a little sad that he's got no courier to work with. It's TZY on the Tusk, which they're swapping the lanes. They're walking. Just in case the swap back happens, you TP. Man, it's a long walk.
It's just tough. If they decide to keep this tri-lane, have Mars on the top, just getting the solo XP, but Shylock already moving with his TB to the top lane, it's too much pressure. You know, a lot of kill potential, a bunch of slows. So Drow Ranger should have an easy time no matter what she's laning against.
This is already looking a little bit rough. TB 0-0 up to this point.
So is Tusk. So 2 cores. Remember, 0 CS, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. TZY, I've seen him on this Tusk in the past. It was back, I think when Magma was first formed, he was trying to play this Tusk quite a bit. It's been okay for him. It's just, it seems like in a lineup like this against what Vici have, I don't know if it's going to succeed much. That's for sure. And especially with just a handful of CS. Not even a handful, 2.
It's a rough one for sure. Mid lane, pretty even so far. Void Spirit got
DY Snowball
pushed quite a lot.
Pops the salve, almost first blood, almost making it work out over bottom.
It counts like 3 times, almost the first blood. You actually get the money for the first blood. That's how it works.
I didn't know that.
One more, almost. This is the second courier already dying.
Yeah, and that's for Bracer recipe.
So 60 times, that's 300 gold. Straight right there.
Is that similar to the 4 staffs and you win rule? The 3 almosts and you get first blood?
The unwritten rules of Dota.
Yeah, nowhere to be found on the Dota 2 wiki or anything like that.
You can find it on dark web, like Dota/dark web, whatever.
You'll find these rules. So 17-1 now 2 for the Leshrac, 16-4 for the Mars. Old 11 doing a good job up against this TV Phoenix combination. With PYW on the Shadow Demon, we really haven't seen Shadow Demon much at all. What's like the build we see from Shadow Demons these days?
Aether Lens, like that's the item you want to have for the cast range. Possibly get a Glimmer Cape maybe this time around. Getting a Blink Dagger after that sounds really nice, where you can just use it offensively on TB during the meta. Like their lineup is very, very limited how they can just start a fight. Like who's gonna go in? Void Spirit, that's it, and you're playing into Leshrac, into Shadow Demon. Like Snowball could be the thing, but you do not want to initiate with that ability. Oh, that's
from Ori.
Very low, dropping very low dust.
Almost got the kill there again. Almost. Not getting first blood.
So Leshrac denied the rune, right?
Yeah. Ooh, Shylock, he might be the one who finally drops here. Body blocks from Old 11. Just doesn't have the damage. These heroes scraping by with a minuscule amount of health. Nobody wants to give up first blood just yet.
They have no regen left on the top lane. Look at Young 11. He has a bottle, he has a healing salve, couple of tangos, one healing salve on Shadow Demon, while your Phoenix has a Fairy Fire and Urn. Yeah, first you need to get the kills, you know, to have those healing charges.
So we'll see if he can fill up that Urn. Old 11. Is he getting a bottle shipped out again? Or well, he's got the bottle on PYW, so I believe, yeah. Looking to refill that bottle, pick up the bounty rune, does so. He gets to leave the lane while Mars stays in, gets experience, gets the CS, and gets his bottle filled. That's
value.
That's support.
Such a bro thing to do.
Is a very
and most
team-oriented.
Importantly, Mars is getting solo experience, so once he hits level 6, that's like unplayable. TB, he doesn't have a lane to go to. Level 4 at the moment. Yeah, maybe I hit a creep on a mid lane. Okay, so they want to put some pressure. Leshrac is level 5, not level 6 yet. Seems pretty dead.
They're going after him mid. The disruption. Ori, one more shot. There it is. Shylock gets the kill. Finally taking out Ori, who had a chance at first blood, but played Ring Around the Rosie with Kaz, who eventually denied himself to neutral. So first blood does end up going into the hands of Magma, but that's quite a number of rotations over mid to make it happen.
It's worth it. Like, Shylock didn't have the lane to go to, so he goes to the mid lane, tries to make stuff happen, you know, put a bit of a pressure with that level 2 meta. Leshrac's still not level 6, so he's not gonna deal that much damage.
Kaz with
really impressed that Void Spirit got level 6 before Leshrac.
Considering how the lane is going, where, you know, Leshrac seems pretty far ahead. Disruption should line up the stun, but has the dissimulate. Now the Astral Step going after Ori. Hits the Aether Remnant.
He
Ori
goes
in
back
trouble.
in. Oh man, what a
Sun
player.
Ray, they burn him out. Now looking for PYW to jump all the way across the river. A couple of stacks of the poison on him, though. Almost a 4th stack, which I think would have done the damage, right? Oh, there's the 4th stack. Looking for a 5th.
I think he needs one more.
Yeah.
It's
just a little bit.
Just one more was needed because it's level 2 Shadow Poison. You know, I don't know the exact number because math is not my strongest side, but the feeling, you know, when you're playing Dota, how much damage you can deal, you're like, yeah, I need one more.
Yeah. I didn't have the feeling. I said it was 4. Gotta work on that. Old 11 up top, still sitting top of the net worth at the moment. Double damage being held on to. Snowball going for Erica. Rolls over DY. Astral Step, Aether Remnant. Now they've locked him up, but they got the silence on to 2 with the Gust. Another Astral Step to get Dust out of here, but TZY, he'll drop. This Void Spirit doesn't have much mana to play with. They bring 4 heroes bottom.
I believe they want to go after this tier 1 and take it out.
Not sure if he needed to deny that catapult. He could have just tanked the tower hit instead and killed this tower much easier, but you know, you have a last frag, so the tower's gonna fall off. Nevertheless, also every single time I see a Drow Ranger with 3 raid bands that just screams, try hard, because he really wants to win, you know. More than 2 is just the typical try harder.
You're on the other
Can't
team,
blame
you're all
him.
chatting that?
No, I mean, I say it, but it doesn't actually come out. I say it inside of myself, you know, just keep those words in. You do not want to be toxic, but this is what we all mean when you see this, like...
Gotta keep that 10,000 behavior score. DY behind them, only level 4. About a minute away from the 10-minute mark. We'll see who takes the tome. PYW at level 5. So, again, it becomes a question of if he can get that 6 before we're ready to go. However, now Mian hit with the spear during the Icarus dive. They blind it up. They'll get the stun, then the kill. Now they'll look for a second tower. Tier 1's mid and bottom are gone. Meanwhile, with the meta used by Shylock, he's trying to get a tier 1 of his own, but he's pressured back by DY. And just DY.
Oh, bottom lane. TZY pinging it out, like I want to get level 6 before I go. Drow Ranger with the TP out, seems
Shard
pretty
snowball.
dead.
In the Astral Step, they brought Shylock over. Yeah, very dead, like you said. He was almost pretty slick there.
That
Throwing
wasn't
that gust,
close,
but-
you know. Needs to hit other heroes. Void Spirit was also there, ready to use the Remnant.
I thought if he backed up more into the lane, he might have gotten out, but he went into the trees and kind of locked himself in, right? So we'll see Tusk. They've smoked up. Tusk, played by TZY with Dust and Kaz. PYW shows himself over mid for a second. DY now going after Mian. They land the stun. Ori, though, with the damage. The Icarus diving down. The snowball coming through onto the track. They only had 1 inside the snowball, but it's not going to matter. They hit the Walrus Punch, and they get the kill onto Lesh.
This is what you want to get when you're playing against the Brewmaster, his split being used and not getting anything out of that. It's a really long cooldown, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So you know it's gonna be a long time until it's up again. Feels like a freebie tower on the top lane. They use a glyph. Glyph will reset after the tier 1 falls. Like there's just too many heroes at the moment.
Yeah.
Man, chipped vest. What a bad tier 1 item. 28 damage to heroes and 17 to creeps. Like the best part of the item is actually the HP regeneration.
Yeah, 3.5. It's not bad. 3.5 for HP regen. But, like you've been saying, not the best tier 1 item.
I found some value when you have Legion Commander, when you have Axe in the team, they get the Blink Dagger, you know, the return damage is gonna feel much better, lower them their HP for the Calling Blade, or just get that dual damage. Another
Disruption.
setup.
Ooh, looking for the stun, but the snowball in time. Walrus Punch with the spear. Ori getting blown up again. TZY on the run, traded off by PYW, but they kill the Leshrac consecutive times and slowing down those boots of travel, slowing down the progression that we've been seeing from Ori, and opening up more space for Shylock.
This is the second time Ori does not use Splitter on Disruption. Frame perfect, so gives enough opportunity to Tusk to actually use the Snowball, and in the previous one, Void Spirit used the Simulate. It's hard to execute, but you know, seeing Ori the way he plays, kind of have expectations that he's gonna do it 10 out of 10 times.
He's missed a couple already, and that has cost him his life here a few times. We've smoked up again, TZY, Dust, and Kaz. This has been the trio of heroes that they've been using to move around the map. It's been opening up the map for Shylock, who's now top of the net worth. We've talked about him on this hero. He spent a lot of time farming the last time he played it. Now the snowball coming through on Erica. He's pulled in to help. Walrus Punch and the kill again. Kaz takes Erica's life, Drow gone, and it's just more and more space for Shylock on the Terrorblade.
2 nice kills on the Drow Ranger, because they need Shadow Demon. Like to be there, TP is not gonna even save him, because there's too much damage. Tag team maxed out with the 3 heroes hitting him, you just melt. So now they're making some aggressive moves, trying to push in the mid tier 1 tower. Brewmaster has ulti ready, so they should be careful about it.
Still seems like a tough fight for Vici to take, even with the brew split. Mars probably wanting something to work with, to initiate on this side of Magma. But Magma for right now, they're doing a good job. I would say the only thing that kind of worries me is TV's at the top of the net worth, that's fine. But the fall off from Void Spirit to Tusk is a lot. This Tusk has less gold than PYW at the moment.
That's a rough one. A lot of that gold is concentrated on TB. And we know what happens when you have like one super farm hero while the rest are not keeping up. Especially when you have Brewmaster in the team, so you can just cyclone that one guy.
Yeah, take a lot of that net worth out of the fight. Make sure that it can't participate. TB all of a sudden struggling to get involved, and the rest of the team, when they don't have a lot of net worth, they really don't have a lot of survivability either. So that could be a problem. Kaz going into the Vlads, going straight into it. He's level 6. He's only died one time. Just farming the jungle as best he can. Dust going Orchid, so Phase Boots, Orchid for the Void Spirit, and then of course TCY with the Blink.
We see different builds on Void Spirit, either a Yule Scepter, possibly an Orchid. I think you get a lot of value from Orchid, but still you're playing into one silence, you're playing into stuns. So would prefer if this is an actual Yule Scepter, and Yule Scepter just feels the best item on all of the spirits on the Void Spirit, because you know you have that initiation, you can dodge it, Yule Scepter into Remnant. I guess he wants to be able to scale a bit more with this type of a build. You know, deal more right-click damage.
See if that ends up making a difference. Going for the Orchid over the Yule. Spear thrown from old 11. He's trying to build himself the Yules. The shards come out. The arena is down. PYW getting low. It's a decent arena with a good supernova, making this difficult for Vici to fight into. They get the kill into PYW, and that is all for now. DY's committed the Primal Split. The Cyclone's not on Shylock. It's actually on an illusion. And still, Magma looking for their opportunity to reinitiate. DY, he is the scapegoat for this one, but I'm not sure he's the only one who ends up dead, if at all. They get that kill on old 11. They take out a second. Vici have to retreat. They lose 2, and Magma move forward again.
Something we did not talk about is that Vici Gaming, they don't have egg hitters. Like, that's the problem. You're not gonna see Drow Ranger just hitting it egg while there's Tusk who can easily defend it, possibly a Remnant from the Void Spirit. So this is the issue that they're gonna have. We've also seen in the previous fight that Tusk needs to be careful about using the snowball, because there could be a really good arena setup and then you can't get out of it, putting yourself in a really bad spot. But yeah, they need more time, I feel like, on Vici Gaming, where they need to farm up. Right now they invested 2,000 gold in Leshrack's Boots of Travel, so that's not a fighting item. You want to get more out of the map, split push a bit, leave your jungle to the other heroes to be able to recover.
Normally you see Drow lineups and you think they're only good for the early parts of the game.
Oh, they're not. Now, Drow Ranger is one of the better late game heroes for sure.
It seems like that is kind of like a misnomer that people think about when they see Drow lineups. Like, if they don't get it done early, it's just not going to happen. So, you know, there's still time for Vici, especially with the Leshrack. You lose a fight on Magma, he could take your buildings very quickly, put that pressure on, and really make this potentially a problem for the Radiant side. But that's if they win these fights. They've been on the heels for the most part. 11 finds TZY, has that Yules finished off. There's the arena, misses the spear. They've got the snowball. That'll hit onto the Mars. TZY now silenced. Erica comes in, but there's the Astral Step coming through from Dust, as well as the Aether Remnant. That locks him up. Tag team into the Walrus Punch. They land the stun, coming out for those Shrek. Erica's staying alive for a moment, but there's the Miscoil to finish off this Drow. They throw the spear over onto Dust, finish off the Void Spirit. 2 heroes gone, make it a third. Kaz is dead and gone, done and dusted, and a triple kill
for Ori. That is really going to help excel his farm.
Still, I feel Shadow Demon needs to be the one TPing first. His TP was the last in that fight. It was like 8-second TP on an outpost. You want to have him first to be able to set things up with the disruption, possibly save a Drow Ranger, and with the Demonic Purge you can buy enough time for someone else to come in. So they should try to work on that, because it's a pretty big deal. I mean, your Drow Ranger died once again in that fight. Yes, Ori got a lot. He got a triple kill from that, so a lot of levels on top of it. Now has the Boots of Travel and the Yule Scepter. Eternal Shroud. Alright. I don't think they have too much magical damage. Most of their damage, you know, is going to come from the TB, Void Spirit. Sure, I want to see how this one goes.
You'll see if the Shroud is worth it on Ori. Some level 13 moving around the map. Like you said, Boots of Travel and the Yules. Now the Orchid finished on Void Spirit. Played aggressive up towards top and ended up paying for it. The Orchid might have been the difference. Arena down from old 11, and that's defensive. It's just to leave. Seems like Mars isn't exactly having the game that, you know, you usually enjoy. You're usually the initiator, but using these arenas to kind of take a step back and not fight into this Magma side of the mode.
Oh, Scan Dire, they know. Look at the high ground. Position 5 Brewmaster is like, sure, you know, I'll tank that smoke. I'll trade it.
Smoke for the 5,
There's
usually
a possibility, you know, if they get one more kill to just go inside the pit. Oh, Shadow Demon caught TB. Mars again misses the spear.
And he's not landing these spears. They've got the Walrus Punch coming through. Old 11's
I think you go inside the Roche Pit right now. You have meta, you have tag team, so that's a ton of damage. And you should use it. Like, you should make something happen out of this meta. TB just running around. Like, look at where the heroes are from Vici Gaming.
They're paying it out.
This is a wasted meta. It could have easily been a Roshan. People seem to underestimate how much damage you deal with the tag team.
Damage from Shylock, almost taking him out before the TP goes off. They did ping it. I'm surprised. I might have...
Mian Mian was inside the pit already. Seems like he was the one ready to go, but, you know, Phoenix doesn't deal that much Roshan damage. But one thing that's going well for him is this Hand of Midas that is actually paying off. Level 12, so you need 8 hits to kill the egg, and you're getting the levels working towards the Hex, which is going to be a pretty big item coming out from your position 4.
Considering the fact that we already talked about, you know, Vici lacking egg hitters, Walrus Punch, PYW, Disruption. Now they'll bring in Ori. The stun's not going to land. Kaz on the front lines. They take out the Shadow Demon. Icarus dive into the Supernova. Do they have the right clicks to pop the egg? It's not looking likely. This is looking really bad for Vici. The egg goes off. Old 11's gone. TZY right on top of Ori. This Leshrac soon to fall. The Icarus dive over him. DY back to form. And Ori stopped by those shards of TZY, but they're not diving past the tower just yet. Astral Step comes in from Dusk, cleaning up here, taking out Ori. DY's here with Erica, who's made the rotation in. He's silenced and now on the run with the BKB pop by Shylock. Gives up on his approach for Erica and tries to TP away instead. So they don't get the Brew, they don't get the Drow, but they do take a very good fight, and they now have a little bit of a net worth lead.
Still surprised Vici tried to go for that egg. If you want to hit the egg, you still need a Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger was just farming the Ancients, not being in that fight, and they definitely need her if they want to hit an egg like that. Still going to be a huge problem because none of these heroes deal well with that.
So we take a look at where this fight is. Shard's keeping Old 11 out for the most part. He has to walk all the way around. PYW is the first one to fall in this fight. Borrowed time. Kaz stays alive. You've got the Supernova. They hit it a couple times, but they just don't have the follow-up for it. It explodes. Old 11, he's the second one to fall. They focus their attention on Ori. I'm a little surprised that this kill took so long.
Eternal Shroud. You know,
Shards
you
are
get
there.
that spell lifesteal 20%. Bit of magic resistance, and when you're taking the damage, you turn that damage into mana, which Leshrac always needs.
Seemed like Erica just came in too late for that fight. He gets away alive, but the it certainly could have turned on its head had he died. That fight feels so good for Magma.
If egg doesn't go off, if Erika is there with 3 hits on the egg, could have made a whole lot of difference.
Yeah. But instead the game sits even. Magma back and forth with this, a little bit of a net worth lead, 14-8 in their favor. They've got Scotty being built on the Terrorblade and BKB for the Void Spirit, so they're working on some big power spike items. And Vici, they, again, are just fighting on their heels, always seeming like they have to react to what Magma's doing and not being the aggressors.
That's what I was about to say. It feels like the story of this game is we're trying to bring numbers when it's already too late.
Yeah.
Like, we're not there with the heroes on time. So now they smoke up. 4 hero rotation, Ori already there, trying to make a setup with the Yule Scepter possibly.
They smoked up, it's just the Phoenix now. However, Shylock has been disrupted. Can they get the kill to the TB? They've got a Gust, the BKB's been popped. Now Shylock trying to turn around and get that Sunder off. He's too slow though, and will turn back towards the base. So he's safely out. I believe he did Sunder, so now he's looking maybe to fight. Defend this tier 2 tower. Vici have committed so far.
Ori almost died to Tusk and Phoenix. Just the initiation with the tag team plus a Volrus Punch. Ori's still rather squishy, even though he's like, what, 2000 HP, 18 armor at the moment, but Sunray kind of burns him.
Yeah. It is fire. Does do that. But it is going right through him. It just, again, there from Vici. Good reactions from Magma. Vici feeling like they're missing something to get these fights. Like that smoke, they could have killed Shylock. They didn't commit. They didn't want to dive in too far. What's missing from their game right now?
I think a bit of aggressiveness and that one extra hero that they needed to bring in the previous few fights.
Yeah.
But Magma, I don't think it's the same team from the previous game, from the previous series as well. You know, where there was no good moves being made after 20-25 minute mark. So far, they're doing really well. You know, they understand, like, DB is our win condition. We're just going to let him farm. He's going double Scotty. That's what he has queued up. Probably not going to go for it, but one Scotty is enough for sure.
Still looks better than maybe going Armlet. Previous game. But yeah, Scotty not too far away from it. It's still a decent ways out, but he's already got that first ulti orb. And he's just getting a lot of time to work with, so wouldn't expect it to take all too long, especially with the way Magma are making space for him. They're up 1,000, and you've got the Orchid, BKB, almost done for Void Spirit, Dust. He's quite close, and TCY is also going for BKB.
And you need it on the cores, like you want to be able to scale most of the damage. Is Leshrac Mars? You know, Draw Ranger still deals some, but you want to cover yourself against these cores that deal the most. So, yeah, BKB is a natural choice here.
Very quiet for the moment. That Midas really paying off for the Phoenix.
He's level 16 and a half.
TZY, he turns this around, goes for the snowball, blinks out of the arena that gets used. That is, again, a defensive arena, and it doesn't catch anybody. Unfortunate for Old 11 again.
This is the move that they should have made a long time ago on Magma. Get that Roshan, like tag team. They have Vlads. Look at how fast it falls. Imagine if they had DB meta on top of that. Like, it's just too much damage in a short period of time. Vici Gaming, they know something is up.
They want to go for this. Cinder Brew laid down, but there's the silence with the BKB Popeye Dust. They'll go after this Brewmaster, who is safe for the moment, but the Supernova, all 11 already dead, and now Vici need to retreat. They've used the Primal Split. Backing off, though, is Erika. Hit with the Walrus Punch. The chase is on from TZY as well as Shylock and the rest of Magma.
The stun from Ori hits up the tusk. They get the kill on a TZY.
It's a good fight for Vici now.
Is still getting saved by PYW. His positioning is perfect. They get the kill on a Man. They look over at Dust. Erica finally falls to this Void Spirit, but he'll die in return. BKB as well as the Metamorphosis doing a lot of damage for Shylock, who will now eventually try to TP out. The BKB doesn't last long enough though. They've got the Yules into the air as well as the stun. Now the Sunder comes in from Shylock. Kaz trying to do all he can to save him, but the disruption's in again from PYW. They'll look to try and retreat again now without TPs, so it's very tough for Magma to get out of this one. They'll finish off Kaz. They don't get Shylock. The buyback's committed from TZY, and Vici, what looked like a bad fight initially for them as Old 11 drops immediately. It turns sour for Magma, and Vici turned it around.
Yeah, Roshan is half HP right now, so they might consider going back in. They know there's no mana, there's no egg. Full Hex down on Phoenix. 27 minutes in. I love how Magma approached this fight. Like, they use aggressive egg. They know the Drow Ranger will be the one trying to hit the egg. So Tusk was saving the snowball, then uses it straight onto Drow Ranger. She needs to fall back immediately.
Yeah, they looked for Erica to start that.
Shadow Demon, you're gonna get so much value out of this hero against the TB. Item build is correct. Let's see if they can find any initiation. Blink Dagger already used.
Oh, there's
surprised
the
by the
Hex.
Hex.
Sunray right on top of the Mars. Snowball is looking to hit this Mars as well. Old 11 throws down the arena. That'll keep him away from Vici, but the damage from Ori still looks to want to go in. You've got Mian Mian sitting quite low, as is Kaz. Shylock under half health. Vici don't want to commit without their Mars, especially funneling in onto the high ground where they were. Could have been a difficult fight to take.
Dire using a scan. Brewmaster split, ready in 2 seconds. Still feel they want to go in, take this fight. There it is. Split committed.
Primal split. They're inside Roche, committing for it for a moment. They assimilate from the Void Spirit. Dust trying to get away. There's an Aether Remnant down. PYW over to the side. They've got the Cycle on a TZY, but they've got the Silence on a PYW. They found the Shadow Demon. They also used the Supernova. Stun comes in from Ori. DY getting low in this last Panda, and he will die. Both the supports are gone, but they both buy back immediately for Vici, so Roshan's still an option for Vici to try and really take or fight Magma at.
No egg, but they have meta up, so that's going to be a big deal. Shadow Demon needs to be very careful about his positioning, because he is the key. Like, he's dealing so much with the disruption. Everyone TB wants to be in those prolonged team fights. There's not going to be taken out
on Old 11 with the Walrus Punch. She got bashed initially by Roche, backed off into the Aether Remnant. That's a big one to lose, dead for 44 seconds. That means no arena for Vici. Things still looking tough. Aether Remnant, lots of PYW. The damage on the Shylock slows him down. And Erica trying to move forward. The damage, the Sunder, it's not a lot of life, as they'll come through with the Pulse Nova and now get that kill on a Dust. Erica gets at least one. They're on the high ground once again. The Snowball save hits onto the Brewmaster, but Kaz trying to run, not in time. Both him and TZY drop. Erica with the triple kill. Now it's another day for Magma as they lose this Phoenix. BKB from Shylock. The damage from Erica just not enough.
Not enough. Maybe Ori could have committed. You know, one extra hit, get close. Edict was already running, but 2 buybacks committed. Now Dust also commits for a buyback, but they're not going to get anything out of that. So 2 buybacks inside of Vici Gaming. They will secure the Roche. Shadow Demon is, I'd say, the strongest hero on the map right now, because he is using TB strength against him, and this is exactly what he needs to do. Like, also, I want to see BKB built on Mars somehow. It's really costing him all his deaths. He doesn't have a defensive tool. Yeah, Yule Scepter, but once you come down, you're 100% dead if there's no disruption on you. But at this point, I don't think you can afford to, you know, allow Shadow Demon to use defensive disruptions. Instead, he needs to be aggressive, use it on TB during the meta, pop the Soul Catcher and Demonic Purge.
Primal split. BKB's been popped by Dust. Bottom, and he's slowed down thanks to the Shadow Demon. Dust trying to find some space. If the Remnant locks up Old 11, and he's able to dissimulate onto the high ground. They catch Shylock for a moment with the disruption. DY is still in the Primal split form for just 3 seconds longer. TZY moving forward. Last second stun is DY back to form and running towards the Tier 1 tower bottom. So they get the BKB out from the Void Spirit now. Just 7 seconds. BKB for Shylock's already at 5 seconds.
Shylock is not afraid to pop that BKB. 0 deaths on him. Man,
Yeah.
he's playing really well. Even if he feels threatened, there's still a Baton, Tusk Snowball, Sunray, you know, to help him out. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to see a bit earlier Aghanim Scepter on him. He has Blink Dagger, but yeah, Aghanim Scepter, a lot of value.
Switches it. As you were saying that to the MKB, we'll see which one he ends up committing for.
He saw Eagle Song on Drow Ranger, so
Old
he's
11
like, I
hexed
need
up.
MKB.
They've got the Sunray, Cinder Brew to try and deter, but it's not going to be enough, and they'll get the kill on Old 11. He has been just bullied in this game. 0-7 and 7.
I think he's going for 0-11 score. Trying to find a way to change his nickname.
Yeah, it used to be Young 11, now Old 11. Could change it to 0-11. The Remnant not going to grab
Very close.
Ori.
Here's 0 and 7 right now.
So, Shrek. Second under the net worth, not too far behind the TB, who it seems like Shylock's had a lot of time to just farm. He's kept the top of the net worth for a while, but it's being contested. It's close. Finally close. It felt like Shrek was behind for a while. MKB still queued up for Terrorblade.
No one has a shard yet. 0, yeah, actually 0 shards. You know, it just shows that shards are really OP on some of the heroes. I think we need a patch where others are gonna get buffed, or the ones that are OP will be nerfed. And it also shows that it's not an item, you know, to just straight up go for. In 95% of the time, there will be a better item choice for you.
Yeah, Shard is definitely one of those luxury items.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You got to think about the cost benefits.
Radiant structures are
1,400 gold that you're committing. Is it enough to warrant spending that kind of gold when maybe you're close to something else? Holding on to that gold.
For supports, it could be like a medallion plus a buyback. So do you want to invest in Shard? Vici Gaming pushing the high ground. Do the backdoor protection.
Trying to push through. Shiva's finished for the Leshrac. Snowball coming in. And now TZY is in a bit of a bad spot. They've got the arena down as well as the spear onto the Phoenix. They get the kill on TZY as well as Mian. The Phoenix has buyback. Borrowed time popped on Kaz. He's on the run, but not too far out of the hands of Vici. So 3 gone. Buyback used by the Phoenix. This is not a good look for Magma trying to hold the high ground. Now backdoor is deactivated. Blink Spear misses. Now the Hex comes through from the Phoenix onto the Mars. Multi-shot and a Shylock just pushing back this TV.
One thing I have to say about this, why TZY? But why would you do that? He just aggressively snowballed in while the rest of the team is not there to back him up.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually a game-losing moment.
Snowballs in and then immediately dies afterwards. And it pulled him way far away from his team. It's tough for Tusk to make something happen without his team to back him up. And then it caused, I believe, Mian to just be pulled out of position.
Stuff like this, what just happened is really easy, you know, to make it happen.
Yeah. Really, really tough for TZY. He's got 0 kills. 0, 7, and 17. Could go 0 and 11. Maybe he changes his name.
It's a possibility. Now, Mars has a BKB, so it's going to be much easier for him to just stand his ground against the Orchid, against all of these spells. Sunray, possibly a Sunder. So, yeah. I think Young 11 is kind of covered in that department.
Damage bottom. It's going to be picked up by Erica. And they've got the medallion on Kaz. Just not sure that's going to be a game changer on this one. After picking up the double damage, they go into the smoke. They'll head through mid.
Old 11 has that blink. He's been looking to land a blink spear. Some of them, or most of them, have been off the mark up to
11
this
is ready.
point.
Let's see if Tusk has any of the special moves ready.
BKB and holds the arena, throws the spear onto the Phoenix. That's a big one,
Good
but the
snowball
save. Let's see if this allows the Supernova to go off. It's an Icarus dive towards the backlines. It'll cost TZY his life. The arena is down and trouble for Man, but he gets the Supernova off and Erica's too far away to kill it. So it goes off. It doesn't affect the side of Vici at all. They're able to retreat quickly enough. Go to the tier 3 tower and they'll look to take it out. They do so very quickly.
Double damage Drow Ranger is just too much damage at this point. Tusk is in, Snowball.
Walrus Punch, Snowball, Hex onto the Drow, but the Disruption save. Look at where PYW is saving heroes from. He's untouched by Magma. Erica is able to jump away, but the Astral Step, they get the kill onto Poyoyo. They take out Dust. Shylock is gone. Everybody dead on the side of Magma, however, even though they've lost that Drow. This is looking like it's all over, and there is the GG call. Vici 2-0 Magma. It falls a little bit short for this Magma team in game 2.
Yeah, you can still see the clear difference in the general understanding what you need to do post like 20-25 minutes into the game. If the game's not going well for you, Vici Gaming a more experienced team, so you know, kind of expecting them to take over this series. Magma, they need to go back. They need to ask Tusk like, what did you do? Why did you do that? Because it's one extra fight, you know. Things can go both ways, but it didn't. And Vici Gaming just showing that they're in a very good shape.
Yeah, it looked like there were some things there from Magma that they can pull away and be happy about, but other things that maybe they need to really work on, especially shot calling seems to be one of them.
That's the biggest problem.
Was a bit of an issue in those last couple of fights. Magma, hopefully they take something away from this. It's still a 2-0 for Vici. All 5 of us correct this time, but let's hear what the analysts have to say. We'll throw it back over to the panel. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lacoste. Yeah, once more, Vici show that they are a dominant force in this event. And they take down Team Magma in a 2-0. Once more, though, we saw slight improvements from Magma. You know, they're inching ever closer to being a competitive team in this event. But unfortunately, today, it just wasn't their day.
It definitely did look much better. I was worried for Vici Gaming and our prediction at some point in which Drow was being picked off in the triangle, Terblade farming, Terblade actually joining that mid-game engagement minute 6 while he's level 4, reminiscent of OG when No-Tail used to play the carry Terblade, and he would just every single time meta is off cooldown, go from one tower to another and provide pressure. This time around, Magma, they don't take the tower actually, so it's kind of a waste in the end, but I like what I saw from them because so far I did not necessarily see huge potential. I can see the individual skill, but I couldn't see any huge potential. After this game, I believe they have a bright future ahead if they continue improving.
I feel like this is more reminiscent of what we've seen from them in the past in other events as well, and they've been able to take games off some of the teams like eHome and teams like that. Magma do have that spark somewhere. It's struggled to show here in this tournament, but there was a little bit of it. Unfortunately, yeah. It's like we got the Lego bricks. It's not quite a house just yet, but those are some damn nice looking bricks, and maybe 1 or 2 are coming together. But we still have a long way to go. Back, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely shown improvements, but the thing that worries me is that what they're lacking and need to work on the most is what's the hardest to achieve in Dota, which is mid-late game movement / decision making. And they seem to be doing well usually during the early portions of the game, sometimes in the mid game as well, but as you can see here, like their mid, early, late game fights, they always fall apart because the positioning isn't on par with the other team, or maybe they just have like some faulty initiation, you know, like something always happens that just makes them be unable to take the team fight, and then they just always fall behind and lose.
But that's individual mistakes as well, right? Like you can say that, like if you're watching this team fight, let's say around the Roche pit, they're trying to engage onto the enemy high ground, which is obviously a mistake, especially when you're playing versus Drow already, instead of just falling back. But overall, there's a lot of individual mistakes, and on this level, individual ones get punished heavily if the mistake is big enough, and that's the problem, like task snowballing in, or running up that hill, or using the BKB too soon.
That said though, it wasn't just mistakes on the side of Magma Gaming. I think Vici were showing a little bit of weakness here in this second game. Would you not agree? Like, for example...
No, definitely. I would agree that in all of the series that I have watched so far from Vici Gaming, Erika has had some questionable plays overall. He is the newcomer in the team, and
Not even that new though.
not even that
Been a couple of
new.
months already.
Yeah, but yeah, I can't play that card definitely. But still, yeah, there are some. I don't feel the impact of, like, if I would rate the carries, you know, I don't feel the impact of Erika as much as some other ones, like let's say Eurus and Erika. There's a clear difference there.
I feel he's playing way too selfishly. Like he's never really joining fights when he should. And yeah, I mean, they definitely will need to go back to some replays, you know, check that out, because he has a lot of individual work to do, in my opinion. Like this game, again, you know, he was not really participating all that much. Just like in the first game also.
And if you want to gank him, just go to the triangle. He's there.
He's always there.
That's his house. He has a doormat. Welcome at the ramp, you know, as well. So I really think that that's something that they might have to look into. His individual skill obviously comes to fruition in the late game, but that's when your team has already done the majority of the work.
Yeah, well, hopefully we do see some improvements from them. However, it was still a good series. They did obviously take the 2-0, which is what they were looking for. And of course, we have our series MVP, which is going to be Ori for this series. On the Leshrac in that second game, doing very well, putting a lot of pressure, being up in the face of the enemy team, and kind of just always there. Like, we talk about how Poyoyo was kind of playing in the back lines, you know, a little bit cautious, a little bit greedy. Ori, complete opposite. Team player, just shoving his face into every single engagement, as you do with a Leshrac, but also doing it with a fair amount of style, some really lovely split earths, and just generally being a force across the map, constantly pressuring them. And whilst they were doing well at the start, Team Magma, eventually it did crack. And the moment those cracks show, Ori is in there, you know, he's like a crowbar, just jumping into the cracks, squeezing it open, and getting himself inside that box. This is a long analogy, which I regret starting.
Yeah, even the build, like, you might question the Eternal Shroud in a game such as this one, because you're playing versus what, Phoenix that deals magical damage and Void Spirit, but you might question it and say, why not Bloodstone first or something similar, but it's overall a pretty good item on Lesh.
I liked it.
People are forgetting the active, like the active
Exactly.
is actually very solid. So.
Yeah, if there's uncontrollable damage, that active becomes invaluable on heroes which need mana, and can often give you more mana than you would get from a Bloodstone inside a teamfight, because, in case you guys don't know, it translates magic damage into mana, which is great for someone like Leshrac who just wants to be in your face all the time. So yeah, it's a very fun item to build, and I think we're only just starting to see what it can really do. And so, talking about starting to see what they can really do, Vici Gaming now have their first 2 wins under their belt. Admittedly, they are the 2 lowest seeded teams in the tournament, but we can see how that affects the standings, as they are now right up in there at the top with their 2 wins, 0 losses. Vici Gaming take their place at the top. Of course, we still have all the rest of the games to play this week. This is just the first series of the week. But they are still going to be very happy about how they're looking right now. Meanwhile, Magma sadly will go down to join LBZS in the losers with 0 and 2 to their score. But hopefully we can see some improvements down the line and maybe grab themselves a couple of wins. Do you think them versus LBZS, I mean, that has to be a matchup we start thinking about now. Who do you think comes out on top in that one?
For Magma LBZS?
Yeah.
I think at this point,
Maybe Magma.
yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Like, they both, I feel, have pretty much the same strength and weaknesses.
Yeah.
Like, they're very explosive early mid game, but late game they just can't get it together.
Anything can
both of
happen in
them
the
have
toilet bowl, right? Like at the bottom of the pack, it's...
It certainly can, Lizard. It certainly can. Alrighty, well, you guys can go and have yourselves your own toilet bowl right now, as we're going to throw it over to a short break. But when we get back, we'll be here with the next season of the day here at the DPC China region, brought to you by Perfect World. We'll see you very shortly. Hello and welcome back to the DPC China region. My name is Nomad. Joining me on this panel is my two lovely L's. It is Lizard and Lacoste, here to break down our next series of the day. And this one is going to be an exciting one. It is IG versus, no it's not, it's Elephant versus Aster. Wow, yeah, it was going well, I've got Elephant beat IG, I look down, I see IG, and yeah, there we go. But Elephant got beaten versus IG yesterday, and Aster beat LGD yesterday. Crazy series.
Yeah, the
Yesterday?
LGD against
Well, last
Aster.
time.
Yeah, that one was mad, dude. Like, we had 88-minute game, we had 6 or 7 Divine Rapiers. It's just, you know, one of the craziest games, but it also shows some weakness about the teams where they, like, don't know how to even end the game. I still feel they could have tried to end the game, go for the throne a bit earlier, you know, try to just make them busy a bit, and then with 2-3 heroes stop the DPs possibly, and just try to go in and hit the throne.
Yeah, they were extremely disciplined. So disciplined that it reminded us of the Liquid or Alliance. If you remember those guys, they would have 40k advantage, they wouldn't know how to close it out. But what I really like about Aster is they have this coach, Mad. He's giving me, like, I don't know, some confidence, because he's coaching one of the better teams right now in the DPC. His winnings overall are lower than mine competitively in those, and that's very hard to beat, man. Like, unless you get
There's still
very
hope for
close.
you, Lizard. You know, you can be a coach of a top-tier team.
There's still hope. Borax, though, man. What a... Actually, I expected something different from Aster in that first series. I expected them to be picking these funky position 4s, and one of them was a little bit funkier, let's put it that way. Enchantress, not really a 4 that we see very often. That Midas into Dragonlance,
Her
Spike.
build was crazy.
I mean, his build was also crazy because the game lasted 90 minutes, right? So
And he knew. He built that Midas. He was like, oh yeah, this is paying me. This is gonna pay itself off. That's for sure.
He knew that the game was gonna last that long. I think he had like 12-minute hand of Midas Rush without going for any items. Other than that, like no brown boots, no anything. Probably someone in the chat was like, what is this guy doing? You know, it's not gonna pay off. Then when he shows up with the Dragonlance full pike, MKB, Nullifier, like where's this whole goal coming from? He had the Aghanim Scepter upgrade on top of that.
Yeah, that one was interesting as well. Wasn't as overwhelming as I would hoped it would be. The Sprink, which now fires off 3 projectiles in the 3 furthest units.
Yeah.
It's entertaining. It looks cute, but didn't really do
If
much.
it was the same target that it fires at, maybe it would be borderline broken. I would rather have like 2 hits on the same target than 3 on different ones. That's how I feel, at least, because as Enchantress you really want to burst that one
Wow, how did
target
you come up with that? You know, it's better to burst one hero than to split the
To
damage.
split the damage in 3 different ones. I mean, it's still damage. Like, it's still damage that you're dealing to heroes. So
If it was on a shoulder cooldown, I think
alright.
it might be good, but I didn't really like it in that game. But who knows, maybe under different circumstances it would look much stronger. That's the hard thing to really break down here. But talking about breaking down, let's talk about Elephant, who unfortunately had a bit of a breakdown versus IG. They weren't able to pull through in that series, and IG pulled up a huge upset against this team. What happened to Elephant?
it's just a team that's composed out of superstars. And, their captain, or let's put it at least their position 5, Red Panda, is still very good with them. They have gelled well together in the previous tournaments they have played, but here something was missing when it came to their drafts. Their drafts were just a tiny little bit too crazy, or...
I said it, like, they got outdrafted all 3 games against IG. They managed to win 1. My biggest concern from all those games is that trying to rush things when they shouldn't. One game where they had Aegis on the Draw Ranger, they're trying to go in with
the Titan.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Draw Rangers in, pushing the tower, but the rest of the team is just disconnected. Like, what's the plan here?
Great question. You're looking at me for answers, but I don't have
mean,
one
what
for you.
was the plan, Omad? Tell us.
Well,
What
you see, what they wanted to do was they wanted to win and they wanted to destroy the enemy's Ancient, but they didn't do that, and in fact their Ancient got destroyed.
But
And that's why
they
they
were
lose.
just hitting the tier 1. Or you're looking
I look
so...
at grand,
I see grand
strategy.
scheme.
Outside of the box.
And also, one of those drafts had a bounty hunter in.
The
so
cursed hero.
It still looked like the best draft we've seen so far with the bounty hunter. Still not good enough. So I'm kind of not convinced by the bounty. We've seen a couple, 2 or 3 in Southeast Asian scene as well. Still not impressed. Like, this hero just feels like he's not doing anything.
Yep. Elephant, the first game that they played, the first one that they won, they had a crazy draft, but it worked. They had some 5 heroes that looked like all 5 cores, but they managed to outplay IG and win that game. Second and third game, okay, second game you can say maybe it's the bounty hunter, maybe it's the way they played with Drow versus that Tide Hunter. Tide Hunter also had a great performance with going for that Arcane Blink first. The last game, I wouldn't draft that to my worst enemy. Like, if I'm playing for TI versus someone, I would say, here, have a shot against me, you know? I'll give you a carry at least. They didn't have a carry.
I want to be your enemy, dude. Like, you wouldn't even draft bad heroes in Dota against
I would draft badly,
No.
but at least pick a hero that fits the slot, right?
Yeah, that game 3 was tough for them because it was a no damage draft. Sometimes it happens. They could not kill the Bristleback nor Raid King.
Just before we get into this draft, I do want to know, guys, what do you think the percentage chances between these two teams are here? Are we looking at a 50-50?
I'd say it's straight up 50-50 here because both of these teams showed some good stuff. Elephant needs to definitely work out on their draft, so I want to see how that works out. Opening up with the IO and Ogre, so that's going to be, you know, some sustain. It's a possibility that IO is a core, bit of a stun, but you know, I just want to see the second part of the draft where it's gonna go. Was a really big fan how Puck was being played by Somnus. Maybe he had an extremely good performance on that Puck, going in and out multiple times in those fights. E-Blade, Rush, Dagon after that, Lincoln Sphere to not be able to get killed, and it really paid off. This is the game that they won.
Team Aster, they're like just looking at the draft immediately. They banned out the Panda and the OD. They snatched that Winter Wyvern. When you look at Team Aster as a team, they put a lot of value on these saving supports, your Wyvern, your Oracle. If they're not banned out in the first banning stage, they snatched up. So one of these heroes went through, they take it, it's the Wyvern. It's also a hero that's pretty damn good versus the Wisp, especially with an Ogre as well. You have to be careful with the Bloodlusts and how you use them. If you get Winter Curse, that extra attack speed, plus the extra attack speed from the Winter Curse, plus being a squishy Wisp that's around heroes or targets, even if he's a core, it can be very difficult to play against. And we've seen quite a bit of Winter Wyvern do very successfully lately. The Shadowblade build, or the Blink, the Aetherlance, Witchblade even into Orchid.
It's a possibility, you know, that this Winter Wyvern is not a 5. I still feel there's so much potential. Hero being played as position 4, giving him farm priority, possibility to work out as a position 3 in certain scenarios, like if you want to shift things up. But Brewmaster as a position 5, I did not put my trust in it, but it seems like it's a really good hero. It's a possibility, you know, to run him as a position 4 if you want to get a bit more levels, maybe get to that Aghanim Scepter a bit faster. But yeah, looking at the openers, Team Aster, Wyvern plus a Troll, a lot of survivability, so they're looking at these prolonged team fights, a lot of heals, Troll with the ulti cannot be killed. So yeah, the laning stage should be fine. Wyvern not known as the strongest laner, got a bit of a buff in terms of damage, so that's okay, but Troll, I can't complain, mate. This hero has everything.
Yeah, it really does. A lot of people have picked Wyvern as kind of the answer to the Troll, so maybe that's kind of why Aster decided to go for this opening.
Wait,
that's also.
Is that a Razor ban? I thought
versus the Troll.
I thought this hero is just completely gone. I've seen some teams in EU trying to, you know, counter the Lifestealer when he was being really popular, playing from position 3, 4, 5, you know, that you have one job, you know, just drain Troll from the damage or that Lifestealer.
It's still banned a lot versus the Troll. Like if the Troll goes through, Razor is usually banned out in the second banning stage. That's probably the reason. You're also playing with the Wyvern, which is also another setup for the drain. So not. Would it be good if a Wisp is a core or a support?
These are good things. What about the bad things?
Bad things, heroes,
like there's a
bad.
huge list.
Mid lane is a Razor.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad things about Razor. And, I guess that one thing in which you make Troll useless is kind of worth it. So.
Maybe Razor's one of those, you know, that we think it's bad until we see a lot of the teams picking it, see the full potential. Same goes as Omni Knight being played as position 5 in the previous patch, where no one thought this hero is good, but suddenly, like, yeah, it's a top tier pick. So, you know, we can't bash Razor too much.
They ban out the Timber. You already have 2 strength heroes, one of them possibly a core. Neither one of these deals well with the Timber at all.
I consider Ogre as an intelligence hero, because, you know, a lot of smart coming out from those 2 heads. IQ combined, double digits, you know.
Wait, I'm actually not sure anymore. He's
I don't know. I never know. That's why I said I never know if he's int or strength.
Wait, Ogre Magi.
Nomad's like, yeah, you get confused because, you know.
I know, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Just say it. Say it. It's
I'm
a
not the analyst,
50-50.
It's not my job to say it, so I'm saying in.
Yeah. In case, it's still pretty good versus the Wisp core if the Wisp isn't.
And there
core,
goes
so.
Abaddon. They ran Abaddon as position 5.
He's int.
He's int.
100%.
Yeah, I told you. He's a smart boy.
As such.
So Abaddon as a position 5 for Aster. Lanham played it, Boots of Speed, 2 Tangos as a starting item so that he doesn't have to get, you know, the boots later, which is a pretty smart thing to do. You know, you just get some extra regen, ask your teammates to help out with the Tangos, and you're set, you're good to go.
A little bit easier to trade in the lane as an Abaddon 5 as well with... You don't really have any slows unless you're taking the passive or any utility to use besides
you
healing.
take that passive, baby. That's a good one. I've seen some kills being made in the Aster game where they had Abaddon because he was taking that silence, you know, hitting people, and it's something that you still, I personally also don't expect it, you know, that it's gonna silence you after 4 hits. You get surprised. I've seen pro players also kind of not expecting it.
Even without the silence, I've done this so many times with some random orb of venom, and you just hide in the trees, and when they step just a little bit out of their position, they're dead. So
start tickling them.
Yeah, it can be very problematic to deal with.
Yeah, I also think for the early push as well, that can catch people off guard because your whole team gets a huge buff when pushing those towers, and you can just take a tier 1 much quicker than someone can expect. I think those are little things which make Abaddon viable. But we have a Rubik picked up by Elephant here.
Yeah,
so that means Io is a core most likely. I don't think you would want to pick Ogre Magi as a position 3 into like Abaddon and Troll lane. Just doesn't feel that great. Possibility that, you know, Ogre can be mid, Rush, E-Blade, a lot of stuff that is still undiscovered in this patch in terms of like spellcasters. I think it really, you know, we always talk about this patch that it's a carry patch. It still is, but spellcasters got buffed like
a lot. There's so many items that you can buy. There's like 3-4 items that buff them up, from E-Blade, from Octarine, from Gaia into Bloodstone. It's like
Wind Waker.
We also seen mid Rubik. Someone ran it the other day.
Yeah, we have seen.
It was not very successful, but
no, he did extremely well in the mid game. He made so much space, stealing Breath of Fire with the Fade Bolt.
You can do all of those things from position 4 Rubik as well, so I feel like the potential is wasted. If I want to have someone like any kind of spellcaster on a mid, like I'd still prefer, let's say, a Grimstroke that does so much more and scales much better than Rubik.
No, I agree. It's just player preference. I think in some situation you get some crazy idea and you pick that Rubik, you roll with it mid. It can work, but it does the same from position 4. Something that's... Okay, they go with the Death Prophet, so this... Yeah, this could be your mid Death Prophet with Wisp safe lane. I don't like that too much, because you don't really have that one hero to pair up with the Wisp that's going to allow him to just benefit both of them. Some monkeys, some Wraith Kings, anything that's right clicks.
In Southeast Asia, one game there was Io paired up with the Monkey King, and you get so much benefit from that attack speed. That Prophet's not a hero, you know. It's okay-ish, like, you know, heal amplification. It's okay, but other than that, I don't find too much value from it. So looking at the Aster's draft, Abaddon, position 5, Winter Wyvern mostly 4 here. So I still feel they need to get the Spirit Vessel. So I think that's the item that Winter Wyvern needs to rush against Io, against the Death Prophet.
Very interesting Viper band out by Elephant. Timber saw before, we saw that. On the other side, Bristleback and Tidehunter. Now let's look at some positives and negatives. Team Aster positive from their two supports, a lot of sustain, a lot of healing power. You can make that troll always able to use his ulti or his aghanims because of the Photic shield. Some of the bad things just mentioned, not a lot of damage from these two supports, plus Rubik is playing into both of them and he's going to have a blast playing versus Winter Wyvern and versus Abaddon. Obviously you can steal that, the Photic shield always, and that spell is also pretty legit on Rubik, plus the Beastmaster too.
Yeah, Rubik is going to have a bit of a field day here. They've got to make sure they take him out of the equation early on in these fights.
When it comes to this Wisp and what we were talking about pairing him with the core, Wisp on his own is still a solid carry if you build him that way. Helm of Dominator adds into any sort of strength giving, damage dealing, heart or whatever, but it just gives him another dimension if he has a right clicker up front. And this is solid. This is all right. This is they needed something like this on the offlane.
It's one way to deal with Wyvern Abaddon, where you most likely want to get on top of Winter Wyvern, find him in a fight, take him out. It's gonna be much harder because two supports are really defensive, like Wyvern and Abaddon. You can't make that many aggressive moves. What they need is a mid laner. Lina is banned out. Possibly thinking Shadow Fiend, some burst damage for the Dead Prophet. Could be the hero. Queen of Pain is banned out. And
Shadow Fiend,
it is
you called
Shadow
it.
Fiend.
Good job.
Cost.
There aren't many heroes that are still in the pool that work well against the Dead Prophet. They get some extra burst damage here with the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, it will be Eurus playing the Wisp, so carry Wisp, nothing that we didn't expect. Somnus on the Dead Prophet mid.
I'm all in on Team Aster. One thing that concerns me is not enough, ability to play aggressive, but if you survive the laning stage without too many casualties, if you go out of the laning stage on even, I still think it's a big win for Team Aster. Also Shadow Fiend, a lot of potential, can't really afford to die as much, but you should be okay. You have these two defensive supports, so they can make rotations. Shadow Fiend very vulnerable to ganks, so looking good for Team Aster, I would say.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's looking like across the board, Aster just has a bit of an edge, especially in the lanes as well. Maybe the lanes is actually a little bit weaker than... I don't know, I like the way they cover each other's weaknesses. They've got the Wyvern, who's a little bit of a weak laner, paired up with the Troll, who's a bit of a stronger laner, and just these little things just seem to be making this Aster draft feel a little bit more complete. Let's bring in our casters, B-Cop and Black, our favorite father-son casting duo, back at it once again. Guys, what do you think for this one? Who do you think has the edge?
You go first, Dad.
Oh, I go first?
Got
Okay. I really like Aster's draft, but it's just hard to go against DPIO. I feel like it's a very strong combination. Yeah, I think Aster's gonna lose this one.
Curveball. Ben, what are you thinking?
I think I'm back in Elephant. Not a lot of analytical stuff behind my opinion. Just FY Rubik. That's all I got.
I like the honesty. You don't even try and fake it. Listen, we've heard from you. Which way are you going for this one, sir?
Yeah, I'll go with something that looks more clear to me and more easier to execute. That's Team Aster, but it's 55-45. It's very close.
All right, well, we go for Aster whilst you guys go for Team Elephant. It's good to see your father and son sticking together on this one. We're going to throw it over to you guys to cast this game. Enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side.
So right on into this one, ready to go. It's Elephant Aster. Aster looking to keep the momentum going. It's definitely a steam train that could keep rolling for them, especially you beat Elephant and you got to win over LGD.
If Elephant loses this, they are 0-2. You can't afford to be 0-2 at this stage of the tournament. So I think, actually, if you lose like 3 games, it's very difficult to get into those top 4 positions. They get into the major. Yeah. So really, like you cannot afford as Team Aster to go 0-2 here. I mean, Team Elephant, sorry.
What do you think the 4th ranked team squeaking by into the major, like what's their record do you think it's going to be?
It's going to be tough. So there's 8 teams, right?
Yeah, so it's 7 games, 4 and 3.
I feel like a 5-3
Could be 7 games.
4-3,
Yeah,
sorry,
4-3.
yeah, 4-3 would already be...
Ooh, going for FY already.
Yeah.
They've got the Fade Bolt. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Arctic Burn gets away, but there's the Aphotic Shield popping. They get first blood. They'll take out FY. They'll go for Yang, and they should have a second. It's White Album who grabs the kill, and that is 2 kills for Aster. Something we saw in the Southeast Asian region was the 5v5 pre-horn. Kind of get a little bit of that here between the 2 Chinese teams, and now you've got White Album who already gets a kill on that Shadow Fiend. He's happy.
I feel this is getting to a point where there's no excuse for this to happen anymore, you know? Like, I feel like every other game pre-horn first bloods are happening. Like, wait, it's way too frequent right now. Like, you know? It looked like Aster had a plan, and Elephant was kind of like, yeah, I think they're coming here, but they didn't really bring all the resources. There were only like 3 heroes there. Like, at this point, you really need to prepare properly, or you just don't show at all. Like, you gotta, you gotta know what you're doing during this initial nighttime now.
Yeah, is that something that's based off tendencies that you're seeing? Like, is that, do they know Elephant's usually gone that way in the past, that they're gonna match that? Is that something they've looked at by watching some of Elephant's games? I mean, I guess the same could be said for Aster if they do the same thing and kind of creep into the triangle like that.
I mean, I'm sure, like, as the tournament progresses further, there's going to be tendencies for a lot of teams, you know, like they like to smoke here, they like to do this level 1. But, like, as of now, I feel like everyone's just kind of trying the same thing, you know, bringing 5 heroes somewhere just to basically try to surprise them, and it worked again in this game.
Yeah, so they're putting the pressure on to both supports on Elephant. Both Red Panda and FY getting chased and forced to use a lot of that regen and back off a little bit. This has been tough for them so far. Red Panda again just getting harassed by XXS, who's on this Beastmaster. One of XXS's best heroes, but I feel like I say that about everything that XXS plays. He's one of the more stable offlaners in the region, but there are a handful that come from this region.
Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit afraid for my prediction already, because like Dota games are not supposed to start like this, you know, like with first blood, double kill, 3 bounty runes to 1 team. It's supposed to be much more even, and this can really influence the laning phase a lot. So we'll have to see how that goes, because Dire needs to get out of the laning phase, just so they can start pressuring come mid game.
Well, it's definitely not as much of a detriment that the Ultra Kill Coddle minute 0 medallion was.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's certainly starting the game at a spot that you're going to have to try and recover in.
Yeah, Somno's doing really well for himself, despite the fact that he had less bounty runes and the SF had a kill.
Yeah.
So, good job to him. Of course, DP is a very strong laner. He's making it work.
Strong laner even up against the Shadow Fiend? Like, that's a fine matchup to be in?
Yeah, especially early levels. I think, like, as the levels go higher, like level 4 or 5, it's going to be more difficult for the DP. But especially like level 1 to 3, you're quite happy in that lane. You just have way more damage than the SF.
Okay, so we'll see how the SF ends up doing. Already 10 and now 11-3 for White Album. Great name. I like the name switch from DD to White Album.
What is it? What is a White Album?
Well, I know the Beatles had a White Album. I think Weezer had a White Album. And then there's a White Album in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I'm not sure what the actual reference is. I'll probably ask somebody after this first game. Ooh, Crypt Swarm. A couple shots onto White Album. Not enough to get the kill there, but a solo kill for Somnus
would be huge.
Would be, yeah, massive. Lanham now taking some shots from FY as well as Yang. Slowed up for just a moment, and that'll keep Lanham alive. This is your classic Centaur Rubik lane.
Yeah. And something I'm very surprised about is that he did not skill double edge, because he would have died on Lanham there if he had that. It's a very common skill nowadays to get, because return level 1 doesn't really do much anymore. There's no active component to it. And especially with the Rubik, I'd much rather have the new combo. So he has to be careful here. Silenced up.
Chase on. Some damage being done back and forth. These right clicks really starting to chunk into FY.
Invis rune though.
Picks up the Invis, and now the sentry down from Lanham, committing for it.
Yeah. Of course, has to lift up. And he basically wasted a sentry for that.
What a surprise.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Maybe ends up getting a ward, but now you know the sentry's down, so
yeah,
if you're warding there, that's your mistake.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the lanes, IO is pretty much free farming up there. They're doing very well. Ogre, IO is a very strong lane. Ogre already has like 5 HP region number 1, and IO just amplifies that further. I think if both have a tango running and you tether to the Ogre, you have like something like 20-something HP region, which is ridiculous at this point in the game.
Yeah,
Very
just
strong
5
dual
minutes
lane.
in.
Yep.
I will say after losing 2 and then the 3 bounty runes, Elephant have really stabilized. A couple raises onto Red Panda, the stun as well as the ignite. Getting towards the 5-minute rune, and it's Red Panda who wins the race. Gives up his life, but they get 3 on Elephant. I believe they've got a 4th because of the bounty rune. Yeah, that's being left for the Death Prophet. So should eventually end up being 4. Not a bad trade when you're 5 positions trading to get all 4 bounty runes secured.
Yeah, but of course Winter Wyvern had a really early earn, so managed to earn up the asset to full again. It's not as impactful as it could have been, but 4 bounty runes, it's very huge, especially at minute 5.
It's good for the team.
Very good for the team.
It's a team sacrifice.
Yeah, I would like to see some rotations mid lane now, maybe even from the Rubik as well, just to use that exorcism, you know, kill the SF, get the tower low, and we'll probably be looking for the Abaddon to counter that gank.
If you can get in and take out that tier 1 tower mid quickly.
Rubik is coming in from behind now.
They've got the Abaddon here still.
Yeah.
He's
One
now
lift
backed
could
off.
mean death.
Yeah.
Like DP deals a lot of damage at this point. Okay, rune spawn bottom.
It's a question of whether or not they can set it up. Still bounty rune left bottom. Going over towards top. You've got 3 heroes here going after Eurus. The creep's going to be here in time for him to tether. He actually tethers back towards Red Panda.
Yep, it's just such a good mechanic for like a carry to be able to do that.
Telekinesis into the hoof stomp. Now they're going for the kill onto Monet. They brought Somnus over. Fade Bolt for the finish. Monet ends up dead. They get the kill onto the Troll, and now they might even lose XSS. Cold Embrace, Aladdin, as well as the Winter Wyvern of Borax are here. XSS taking some damage. Eurus getting low with the rotation from White Album. It's not going to be 1, it's going to be 2. White Album gets both. Double killing, dominating for the SF early on, and a 5-1 lead for Aster. But this is Exorcism trying to take a tier 1 bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will also try to take the tier 1 top on the Aster side. Actually, 2 heroes bottom to defend the tower. With the weapon in the trees here.
And Borax.
They're not that strong without Exor.
But these heroes already low on Aster. Telekinesis, and now the Cold Embrace. Going after Somnus, but the Fade Bolt hits both of them. Monet now needs to retreat. He is really low. Stampede pop by Yang. Crypt Swarm is there, and they get both. So this will now turn into a tier 1 tower bottom and a chunk of kills that have come the way of this Elephant side. Yes, you lose your top tier 1 yourselves, but slowing down Monet's game, killing him twice.
I feel both teams, they were very sloppy, I think is the right word. They saw 3 heroes top, and then the IO Ogre still decide to go on the Beastmaster. Turns around immediately, they find the kill, they trade the top tower. Same thing, they just TP 2 heroes bottom against 3 and try to defend the tower. Pretty, I don't know, like why they did that. It was really sloppy. If they wanted, they need a Baron there, possibly a Beastmaster, you know, maybe even your SF. But you know, your SF TP top, he can't be bottom. It's like slight miscommunications going on for both teams, I feel like.
Yeah.
Going for the Helm of Dominator first, of course the staple for a carry IO, just permanently being hasted. The best item probably on a core IO. Then gonna go into the Aghanims after.
Go up towards top, they spot Yang, Primal Roar. Still a tough kill to get, but the raises, they'll cut through this Centaur. Without White Album, that kill probably doesn't happen, but of course they're probably not going for that kill without White Album nearby. Ignite as well as the stun onto XXS. FY chasing, maybe there to get a Telekinesis in. They just cannot keep up.
I'm very intrigued to see what item build SF ends up going for. We see a lot of just like straight Arcane blings. Others do like Yule's bling still. Others go bling BKB. There's many different item builds you can go for right now. And I'm very interested to see what he's gonna go for on his SF. Troll, I hope he does not go Battlefield perfect. He's going Maelstrom, I love that. Big fan of Maelstrom Troll. I like it much more than Battle Fury. Just because it fits the concept of the hero more, you know? You have a lot of attack speed, you're gonna get a lot of these procs in. It's a farming item either way, and it lets you fight much earlier and much more efficiently as well.
Do you like this compared to other builds we see on the Troll? Battle Fury Ag sometimes?
And Battle Fury is, for me, it's a very greedy troll item because the hero is meant, as I said, to fight early, I feel. Maelstrom just complements it perfectly. So you could even go Maelstrom Axe if you really want to. I don't think you really need a Battle Fury. It's just way too greedy, honestly. It's the same with Monkey. A lot of monkeys go Battle Fury, where I feel the new Maelstrom is actually a more efficient farming item. It's much cheaper, you get it much earlier. But we'll see, like, as the meta develops, you know, it's still quite fresh. We'll see where teams will gravitate towards too.
Seems with the Maelstrom too, you could be a lot more active.
Yeah, sure. One of the best fighting items earlier.
Yeah. So Yang spotted by Monet for just a second.
Yeah. And it's not going super well for the Dire side, honestly. I thought they would be the ones pressuring now, but the early game was a bit rough. Took some unfavorable trades, and now they'll be, you know, they'll need some time to farm back up. Oh, Invis Rune.
Yeah, and there's the ulti from White Album. One more
Easy.
shot with the last second raise. White Album is on it. Unstoppable. 6-0-1, 100% kill participation. He's got 6 of the 7 kills himself.
There was an Invis Rune, right? It
Yeah.
was. Yeah. And he also has an Illusion Rune bottled. So Rune control going heavily in favor of Aster, and it's paying off right there.
This
That
is
is death for the DP.
slowing down the Death Prophet, who's sitting second on the net worth. You're really waiting for Eurus to have some impact. His farm's kind of low, and Yang sitting with not a lot of farm himself either. I guess the only good thing is that FY's built up a bit of farm.
Eurus is
But
going quarter
we'll see.
staff. Not the Aghanims route.
Still Miscoil. Probably would have liked something
Shield.
just a bit better.
Yeah. Definitely wants the shield there. I don't know what this IO is going for. This is a quarter staff, if it's going to be an Orchid or what. But it's a really weird item. Usually we just rush at Aghanims because it's a huge power spike. But we'll see. Well, maybe he has like different plans, better idea. Exorcism committed, tower half health. Gonna be a little bit difficult to defend this Radiant. You probably just give this one up. Don't have SF ult. Keep on farming.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Courier comes in. There's the Oblivion Staff.
What could that be? Like, it's either Orchid or, I mean, Acro Saber makes no sense.
Echo Saber Wisp.
Yeah.
New meta.
But even Orchid doesn't sound great. Yeah, like, I'm not sure what he's going for. Maybe just a casual Oblivion Staff, you know, gives some good stats
Is under
for the
attack.
cost.
Could you think maybe he thinks he needs it just because he's behind by a bit? Get a casual Oblivion Staff, maybe build it into something later. Better than maybe building up on the Ags.
He's probably committing to the Orchid. I'm not sure why. We have a little engagement here, maybe.
Yang. Stampede as the smoke breaks. Telekinesis comes through onto the Winter Wyvern. Steel Splinter Blast. They take out Borax. They were looking for XXS. He's got some distance. They don't have a Blink Dagger to close the gap. They did try to use that Stampede stun. Not there in time. XXS is out.
Yeah, he is committing for the Orchid. I'm not sure why, as I said. They don't have super many spells that are important to silence. Maybe you want to silence the Abaddon before you get the shield off or something. But again, I feel like the Aghanim is just so important for the hero. If you play him as a core role, it's like half his damage in teamfights.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold committed not towards an Ags, which seems like a key item.
Yeah, I will see how it works out. Maybe he's going to surprise us all with it. But I feel like more likely than not, it's just going to not do much.
Boots Necro 3, Hawk out. That's going to spot Eurus.
He's fast though. If he unsmokes this, he's out. Yep, he's out. This hero is way too fast. If you want to gank him, you gotta gank him with the Blink Dagger, or you gotta come in from the opposite direction, you know? Might steal the Ancient stack though.
That'd be a good stack to steal. They've got a couple heroes here, so should secure it. I know Eurus is looking in. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Still trying to build up that Orchid. Then Death Prophet close to where the SF is in farm.
Are scanning.
Mules. And there's the tower. So tier 1 mid,
Dire's middle tower
dead and gone.
has fallen.
With VKB being built after this Yules for
Yule's
White
BKB.
Album.
Oh, that is also another item build that I didn't expect. Because usually it would be like the Blink Yule's BKB. But he needs the BKB. Like, if he has BKB, the Dire team only has Exorcism that goes through it, which is a big weakness of that lineup. If they ever manage to blow up the DP, I don't know how Dire fights, honestly, if DP ever dies. They do have good save for her. Later the Aghanim Stampede, and of course the IO. But yeah, if DP ever dies, gets bursted immediately, Dire needs to retreat ASAP.
Yeah. They do have that Stampede to try and retreat. The interesting thing I saw on FY, he's going straight Axe. There's a lot of things to steal on Aster's end that you'd love to grab if you've got the proper positioning. But straight Axe feels like a big commitment.
Yeah, usually it's Adderlens into Axe or Adderlens Blink into Axe. Maybe he thinks he's playing the IO this game.
Maybe.
No, but Axe first, so the cast range increases massively on that ult. And the cooldown reduction, of course. I mean, it can work out really well, it's just very expensive. Stampede committed here.
Stampede, and I believe this is the Blink Dagger for Yang. Yeah, it is. So they're trying to debut it. They'll look to catch up, but the Blink is short, and they don't catch anybody. Stampede and Blink, not enough to catch up to this Aster side, and that is the debut of the Blink Dagger, so they know it's on this Centaur ready to go. So the information gathered.
Yeah, Blink finished and revealed, Yule's revealed. And now the Orchid also finished. So in theory, that's the biggest power spike they'll get for a while. So if they want to fight, should be now.
Hawk spots Yang. That's the direction they go in. Shadow Fiend, Blink back. Now the host stomp that does hit him the Abaddon, but they've got the Requiem as well as the Primal Roar. They've got the damage too. White Album, wicked sick. There's another one.
I was really surprised he chose to just stomp those Necronomicons there. There was an easy blink out. He definitely had it in time, but he chose to go on those Necros.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, not sure what sparked his decision. His team wasn't there at all. And already 3k gold behind with a lineup that does not want to play from behind. When his Troll gets his BKB, SF gets his BKB, ISI is going to have a lot of problems. Yeah.
This could become a big issue. And it's already quite the issue with the 3k deficit. You know, they're not really even fighting with the Troll.
At all, yeah.
He's just been farming. Monet is trying to shore up some farm, shore up the BKB. Maelstrom BKB. I think if you're up this much, you can fight if you're Troll.
Definitely.
Now, obviously, they've given him the option where he could sit back and farm and go towards those next items. They've proven that they've got the power to fight without him for now. And I think with this lead, they can kind of continue to do so, right?
Definitely. Now, this SF is popping off. He's 7-0-1. 100% kill participation still. Another smoke attempt.
Stolen Requiem, Blink, host on, borrowed time, popped immediately, trying to run, they'll commit the Exorcism. There's the Winter's Curse. And Requiem thrown from FY, that'll fear the Abaddon. Aladdin drops, steals the Aphotic Shield before. He's dead, so I like the Aphotic Shield pickup. It's one of the better ones to have for FY. Uses that Requiem, gets rid of it quickly, and now they'll go for the Tier 1 tower top. But while that is happening, your bottom tower is being traded.
Yeah, I feel like it's not really worth for Elephant, simply because the top tower means nothing and they lose their bot tower anyways. They popped Exorcism, Stampede for just a single Abaddon. They're not getting the best trades on the map right now, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower.
And they haven't gotten the best trades for the moment. Hood for this Centaur, who's behind XXS, so Yang behind XSS by about 1,000 gold.
Going straight into BKB on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, BKB's a plenty for the side of Aster.
Yep.
At least that's the play. And there's the BKB for the Troll. So he's finished his. SF's going for one. You've got Beastmaster looking for one as well.
SF already finished his as well. So there's a big power spike coming up now. They have no way to stop anything through BKB. I feel like Aster can easily force a fight around Roshan with these two BKBs.
Yeah.
And if Elephant doesn't commit, then the Troll is going to have an Aegis, which is going to be incredibly hard to fight into. And if they do commit, I feel with the two BKBs, they will just crush them. It really comes down to the DP though. DP can win these kind of fights. It's just right now, she is very fragile still. IO is itemizing into a BKB as well. Really not going for that Agam Scepter that we have seen everybody build.
Yeah.
And they do force the Roshan. Nice.
Gonna go for it, and I don't know if Elephant are gonna try and contest.
They
They're
can't.
nearby.
They've seen the two BKBs. They cannot fight this.
So just a free Roche for Aster.
It's very problematic though. Like the Troll is the hardest carry in this game, for sure. And now he has an Aegis. They can use this Aegis to pressure more of the map, which they probably will with the double BKB. But they can also just, you know, take it slow.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And farm up. Definitely going to take the top tower. They're probably going to try to rotate, take the mid tower. And Ogre's TPing to Bloodlust the tower.
try and help out, keep this up, but there are a lot of heroes here.
Machine gun.
Is under attack.
It's so fast, it's ridiculous how fast it attacks.
It's not going to matter though. They're here, they're ready to get the tower, and they'll commit. No contest from Elephant again.
And stealing the Shrine post or pre-minute 20. That means no experience for the Dire side, unless they manage to reclaim it, which doesn't seem very likely. It's going to be a huge experience swing.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, they're TPing
Red
out
Panda.
though. Oh, they're just giving it up? I'm so surprised by this.
The Hawk spots him.
They worked so hard for this, but a curse maybe?
Yeah.
Ah, just get it. I like it. I
Curse
like
for the outpost.
it. Yeah, not happening. Mr. Somnus.
Now the tome's on Eurus.
How much is that? 1800 XP going in the favor of Radiant.
Yeah, it's a
It's
lot.
a big swing, yeah.
Vambrace picked up by the troll. You can see the experience is relatively close.
Yeah. The bigger story is really the gold. 3 BKBs almost up. Itemizing into a basher on the troll. Just for that BKB of the DP that's gonna come out inevitably, and IO as well. I just feel this IO is not gonna have much of an impact in fights at all. Usually what happens is why IO is so strong, you can just run around and deal damage passively with your orbs. But in this case he actually has to stand and right click, which means he can get ward, he can get right click pretty easily. Winter's Curse, you know, there's so many things.
You gotta think that with that BKB soon to be finished for Eurus that he goes for an axe, but comes down to if you have enough time to even build that axe.
If he wants to build it, he has built Orchid, but they have not used it a single time. So far, it has just been a waste of money. Because the Agon Scepter is not only your fighting item, but it's also your farming item. You farm so much faster with
Dire's
it.
middle tower is under attack.
We'll definitely see what he has planned. If he just wants to go for like a pure right-click IO, which I haven't seen before.
BKB picked up for the Death Prophet, but the Blink Dagger for White Album. Somnus.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's-
One roar away from death.
Yeah, it's
No hell.
the fight's on him, but he has to be very careful. Blink post-op coming through on a Monet. They also use that double edge, but there's Monet turning this around immediately. They're going to Stampede, but can Yang get out? No, he can't. BKB was popped. Monet's getting low. Exorcism and Trance pulling him in, so they do pop the Aegis, but there's Blink with the Euls and the Requiem, but White Album falls to Eurus. XSS is in. They've used the Winter's Curse. It's going to lock up FY. Lanham ends up dead. Somnus gone. 2 heroes dead on the side of Elephant. He'll pop his own Requiem. That fears away Monet. FY trying to do as much as he can with this. The Splinter Blast hits. He's also got the Spirit Vessel on him, so he needs to retreat as he's got a sliver of health. That fight doesn't go all too bad for Elephant. They do lose the Death Prophet as well as the Centaur, though, for just the Shadow Fiend Abaddon.
Yep. If they had no Aegis there, it would have been very one-sided fight, but of course they do have the Aegis on the Troll. And we saw how much damage this Exorcism can deal. It killed the Troll. SF blinked on top of the DP, but he just died in like a second. Very clutch Requiem steal as well, otherwise the IO would have also died.
Yeah.
Well played by FY. But you can see there's a lot of fighting power in this Dire lineup. They just need to actually get the fight going on their terms, which they did in this case. And the Troll also, he was very premature with that BKB ult. Like he kind of just ran into 4 heroes by himself.
Dire
He really tunnel visioned on Yang, it seemed. And
Yeah.
just wanted that Centaur kill. And then, what, you've used Trance, you've used your BKB, and now you're in pretty far. They pulled him back. Like, they did the right thing. They backed off and tried to pull
Oh, the IO here.
him out of position. BKB from Eurus, but the Primal Ruler afterwards. He has Tether, but will never get a chance to use it. Now dead for 50 seconds. He's trying to build into that Ags, but there is no letting off the gas for Aster as they move into the Dire jungle and pick him up.
Axe finished on Rubik.
That could be a difference maker because if he's got the Requiem, he then gets hit with Winter's Curse. If he's able to steal that right away, turn that around, and throw Winter's Curse in onto the team, like,
Lots of potentially good
Yeah.
skills. Beastmaster axes are amazing with your own axe. Even Troll axes can be amazing because it purges. What else? Of course, Winter Curse, Requiem. All of the Abba spells. If you ever steals an Abaddon ulti, it could be massive.
Radiant's top tower.
spot Lanham, who will pop
it,
the
steal it,
borrowed
steal it.
time, and FY coming over.
Doesn't
steal
want it.
anything?
Oh, he
No.
steals Requiem. He steals Requiem. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Makes
And
sense.
that's Axe Requiem.
Axe Requiem, yeah.
Now he's got to get Blink Fuels and Be Shadow Fiend.
Yep, give it to him.
Going for staff though.
A lot of eyes on FY here. I think
Yeah.
if this team is gonna win, it will have to come from a lot of clutch steals. They need some, you know, they need to steal the Roar, possibly, just to go through those BKBs, because they have nothing that goes through BKBs other than DP. And yeah, as you said, he's going back into the Aghanims now, but if you want to go Aghanims, why didn't you just do it in the first place?
And then maybe you could have gone for Orchid now.
Yeah, because it helps you farm faster.
Yeah, and you haven't had really many opportunities that you've used your Orchid yet.
Yeah, I mean, the only time you fought after buying Orchid was against 3 BKBs.
Yeah.
So can't even make a deal with that. I'll have to ask myself. I'll be like, Euros, what was that, bro? You should know better. Son.
Asking what the build-up was.
Yeah.
And almost she goes for Somnus. So I know I said it with no analytical work to back it up, but I did say this game might fall on FY.
It will, I think. Also, of course, on, you know, there's this case where they would try to burst the DP, but he gets relocated out just in time, and then they have the fight advantage. There's lots of cute places that I can make with his Rubik that have Axe now, as well as his IO.
Radiant's bottom
Aether
tower
Lens, so Winter
is under
Wyvern doesn't
attack.
need to be too close to the fight to throw that Winter's Curse. And they're gonna look. Primal Roar on Somnus. He's committed down here with the TPs coming through. They've got the Yules. They also have a double damage on White Album. Goes to the Yules, trying to TP out the damage. Ooh, just with 200 health, TPs away. Look at the massive rotations that draws from Aster. Just getting away in time.
I did not quite see it, but Winter Wyvern did attack him, right?
I think so.
Because if he did, he's definitely in range for Curse. Probably thought maybe we don't need it, you know, last second. But
Yeah.
definitely, that kill, 100% you Curse that.
It's a question of whether or not you want to stay conservative and hold on
Yeah.
to things.
It's a pretty low cooldown though, like 90
They're
seconds.
invading the jungle. They're going to come through and look over at Red Panda. But the Yules
Also,
are
I
once
resent
again,
the
they've got
fact that you
stun on
assume I
Monet.
want to see
Tethered up
action.
onto Yang.
I
They
like
get
to
killed by
see
Red Panda
a
immediately
slow,
with BKB
methodical
by
game
White
of
Album.
CIS Dota than
Stealing missile.
Which is not the greatest.
Probably, of all the spells you can steal in this game, one of the worst. But I'm not saying it's a bad spell, just with everything available in the game, you want something else.
It's a pretty bad spell. Let's be honest. Like he has like 250 health. It's really not that good. You want to have the Protect Shield, or ultimately you want to have the borrowed time. With your own Aghanims, you can actually just save your whole team.
Yeah.
Running it with the borrowed time. And then a
Blink,
Raw.
Primal Roar, look at the damage. They just ripped through Yang. He's trying to get away, but he ends up dead. Red Panda joins him. He'll be a second. And that is another one for White Album, who is on a killing spree, 10, 1, and 3. He is involved of 13 of the 14 now.
I feel like Elephant is like they always look so surprised, you know, this is happening. The enemy has Hog and you're farming all by yourself repeatedly. You gotta be more careful around the map. Like I feel like they just keep getting picked off. Like Raw off cooldown, they just use it every time.
Yeah, it's happened bottom, it happened there in the jungle. It keeps happening as you extend further and further away.
Dire's structures are
Let's see if it's
Stole the access.
if it's something that ends up biting them. It's only 14-8. It's a 6K lead. Like there's definitely opportunity here for Elephant to come back. But if you continue to let yourself go out further and further from the base, and then TP Primal Roar immediately comes through.
Yeah, I mean, it's not talking around it. Asta's late game is definitely better with the Troll, the SF, their scalability is much better than Elephant's. They, of course, they still have like 20, 25 minutes until they reach that point, but that's not something you can play for when you team Elephant. You have the IO with Axe now completed, you have the DP, you want to be the aggressor, you want to start to make things happen. Shiva's God now also completed on the DP. I think it's go time now. They're being too conservative.
It almost feels like it has to be, right?
Yeah, they need to get out on the map and start doing like at least something. Get the lanes out, start pressuring, make them feel something.
This timing feels like whoever wins this fight gets Roche, and if it's Aster, could win the game. They'll find Red Panda. Look how quickly he dies. It's already a 4v5. It is in a buyback. They use the Primal Roar. That's going to come through under the death prop to pop the Exorcism immediately. They've got the real kick going back further away. Yang leading. Winter's Curse locks onto everybody. This is a problem. Requiem coming in. They've still got the fear on the F1. They get the kill on the Yang as well as Eurus. They've taken out the Wisp as well as this Centaur, and they're looking towards another. Somnus is dead. Triple kill from Monet. No answer for Elephant. And that's what you were hoping for when you've got the Aether Lens on Borax. This Winter Wyvern from a distance can get the Winter's Curse. And when you're funneled into stairs like that, it's almost inevitable that that is coming your way.
Yeah, one of the best natural IO counters displayed right there. Why? Super well done, and honestly, there's not much Elephant can do to get back to this game. That draft is not designed to play from behind. Now Exorcism is on cooldown, even when DP is alive. It looks like a clean Mega creeps. Probably get Megas, go back to Roche. If Elephant doesn't GG out by then, and then just group back up. Go for the throne.
They don't have Exorcism.
Yeah.
They don't have Death Prophet for 30 seconds anyway. 20 seconds until Eurus is back up. AC picked up by Shadowfina, and the advantage continues to grow for Aster, and they can go and get themselves Roche. It doesn't need to stop here, and this is very, very shocking if you're a fan of Elephant, expecting this team to come in roaring, and now you've experienced a series where they've lost in a game like this. So, you know, it's interesting to see how they'll recover, because this game's still not over. They can come back, but it's going to be a really...
There you go.
We had an adventure this morning.
Yeah,
for
first
sure.
time
I've seen you today, Shiver.
They've played it very conservative.
Also, I resent the
I
fact.
think they could have gone for Megas and then into Roche, but they decided to just back off, go into Roche first, which is, of course, it's an okay decision. But again, I feel like they could have forced a little bit more, you know? Like in the last series, we saw them against LGD, where they had this massive lead. They almost gave it away by being too conservative, and I feel like it's kind of like a repeating story with this team. Aster is, they play very well, but at times they're just too passive.
Lanham again on the run. Borrowed time gets popped, but that's all they can get. I think maybe Aster also have a little bit of...
on my radar as a result. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a very clear separation, sadly.
Yeah. One thing
No middle class here,
No
only
middle
the upper
class.
and lower.
But one thing we also have to keep in mind is that for CIS, there's less slots, for example, compared to Europe. So top one makes it into playoffs, right? The top of the rankings makes it to playoffs of the major, that is. Second one, group stage of the major. Third one, wild card of the major. Fourth one, you just get 100 points. That's it. You're done. I mean, that's literally it. You get 100 DPC points, and it might help you along the road. But let's be real, the real points are at the major. So it's a tough one still too for these top 4 teams, because you just mentioned all 4 of those, Moxie, and yes, people are expecting Na'Vi and Virtus.pro at the top, but then TeamSpirit and LBZS win very close.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be duking it out for that last spot. I personally think that TeamSpirit may be just a little bit further ahead. Like, I've been watching the regionals play and what's not, and they seem just a little bit more cohesive to me personally. But, you know, this is crunch time. There's a new patch. This is the DPC. They're going to be bringing out all their best strats, because every game matters, and you want that third slot. You don't want to be